Hey everybody, welcome to another Mortal Kombat 1 Invasion Guide. We are now into the 12th seasonal update of Mortal Kombat 1 Invasions. This is a repeat of Season 4, the season of the Huntress, and as such you guys are going to be seeing a lot of similar things to the last time the season was around. Things like cutscenes and stuff like that. The final invasion boss is still Mileena. So you guys are going to be seeing a lot of repeated stuff in that sense. There are some updates, some pretty important updates for those of you who like cosmetics. There are new skins, new palettes, and new gear. And what's actually funny is the last time the season came around, there was a little bit of controversy because people felt that NetherRealm had maybe mixed things up a little bit. We got a lot of palettes and skins. Basically the entire color scheme of Mileena's season was green and gold, and people obviously were hoping for pink and violet, leaning more towards those colors. So while they kind of dropped the ball a little bit for a lot of people with the last time we had season 4, they've rectified that with this season. We do have a lot more skins and palettes that are pink, violet, black and gold based. They actually look really nice, and I'll get into those afterwards. I'll show you guys where all this stuff is so you can see all the new palettes and skins and gear and things like that. Having said that, let me just quickly go back to the main menu here. So there are no new shrine items for people who have bought the shrine previously, completely purchased out the shrine. There are no new items added to this season repeat. The seasonal shop does actually have some new items. In previous repeat seasons, they haven't really added new items for the base cast. This season, there are new seasonal shop items for the base cast. The DLC cast has always kind of gotten new items every season, even with the repeat seasons, but the base cast is the first one I've seen where if you bought everything previously, there are actually new items there for you. So we can see like Scorpion has a new outfit here related to the new color scheme. The Katana and Mileena also have some new colors here, and you can see these are the colors from the last time season 4 rolled around. So the green and yellow, green and gold. So this is kind of what people were talking about when they were like, you know, why are the colors off for this season? You know, this is Mileena's season. So they have done their best to rectify that this season by adding more costumes that kind of look like this, which are really nice. So having said that, there are some new things there for you guys to spend your seasonal tokens on. So you're going to want to grind for those. I actually still have some stuff there that I have to get. For the seasonal tower, if you've already bought out the seasonal tower, there are no new seasonal tower items, at least in terms of cosmetics. So in terms of skins and palettes, there are no rewards if you've already done all of the seasonal towers from the previous seasons. For new players, that's not going to be the case. Let me just quickly say that right now. For new players, there's going to be a lot more for you this season, because things like chests, the seasonal tower, legacy tower, all that stuff, which I'll get into later, that's all going to have stuff for you. For people who've been playing since day one and have already gotten everything, the seasonal tower doesn't have any new cosmetics, so you don't have to worry about that. The legacy tower also, if you've gotten everything from the legacy tower previously, the legacy tower does not have any new palettes to get. So it's a little bit easier, again, for people who have already gone and done everything in previous seasons. There's a little bit less for you to do, which is nice. I'm going to jump into Invasions real quick just to show you guys. I always like to show that I've completed everything 100%, so you know that I'm not missing anything with this guide. So if we look at all the maps here, you can see at the top left, 100% and all chests open for each map here. So everything's been taken care of, and you guys know that then, you know, all the information I have, I've tried to do my due diligence and give you guys proper info. So let me just quickly go over changes and updates. So last season we received a patch, I think like partway through the season, because we had the seasonal patch, and then we received an update to the game, I think midway through, and that was last month. And what it did was it added a few things, which I think, because we didn't receive an update with this actual invasion update, usually we get like an update on day one when they introduce the new invasion or the repeat invasion. We didn't get an update this time. So I think what they've done is they basically added everything we're going to be seeing for the next few repeats, you know, and then that's honestly, that may be it. People have data mined the last update, and we can see that the rewards for seasons 13, 14, 15, they're all already there. There's a lot of leaked, you know, screenshots and things like that of costumes and palettes and stuff that we're going to be getting later that we might not even get this season. So a lot of the stuff that we're going to be getting going forward is already in the game. We just don't have access to it yet. They've also just recently, I think this was just a few days ago, they announced the definitive edition of the game. So basically the game now is officially done. We're not going to be receiving any new big content updates, no DLC. So Combat Pack 3, stuff like that, not happening. As far as we know, unless they, you know, release a definitive edition plus or something like that, the general consensus is we are not receiving any more updates now, or big content updates for Mortal Kombat 1. So that kind of ties into the fact that the last patch added what could be the rest of what we're going to be seeing now with Mortal Kombat 1. And then as soon as the repeats come around again for, you know, once it starts again from season 1, it's very possible that people who've gotten everything previously, you're just not going to have really anything else to get unless they decide to trickle in a few more items. But again, that part is just kind of speculation. I can't say for sure, but based on what we're seeing with the updates and now, like, you know, the lack of a patch for this season, it makes sense that they've kind of just added everything to the game. They've released the definitive edition, and the game now is going to be pretty much finished. So just a heads up about that. There could be, you know, maybe in a couple seasons I might not even have to make these videos anymore, so we'll see. One thing I will say, added in that last patch that I was talking about, they did add the ability to purchase mastery levels now. So if you guys are trying to level up your characters, level up your cameos, and you really don't want to spend any time grinding, I do try to give you guys tips, and later on in the video I'll mention that. I do have tips on how to grind quickly, and you can even see right now at the top left it says bonus XP 2 days. There is a bonus XP event going on as I'm recording this video, so probably for this weekend. There's a bonus event, and those bonus events happen randomly throughout the season, maybe once or twice. Those are great times to be grinding your characters and cameos. It makes it really easy. You can master your characters really easily that way. So you don't need to spend money on dragon crystals to purchase mastery levels like they've added. For obviously people, if they want to fast track getting character skins, or even you can get some dragon crystals related to mastery levels, so things like that, if you want to do that, again, feel free. My suggestion is take your time, wait for these bonus XP events, grind using the methods I'm going to show later in the video, and save yourself some money, honestly, because you know, there's really no reason to fast track. As you guys play, you're going to get these rewards naturally anyway, so, but the option is there now, so that's nice for people who would prefer to do it that way. They also added, I'm just going to go to invasions because it keeps sending me back. They also added the Floyd Tower in the last update, which I've already done a video of. You guys can check that out. There's a link. I'll put a link in the video description for this video. There's I do a video for the Floyd Tower and the Floyd fight, the single Floyd fight that you have to like solve the Floyd clues and everything to fight him. I've done that as well. So now we have two separate Floyd fights, Floyd secrets that there are to get. I explain everything in the Floyd Tower video. You can get a new variation of the stage, the Sunset Field stage that you can get for beating Floyd the first time. You get a night version of that for doing the Floyd Tower. I'm not going to go into it in this video. That's something, if you want to get more details, go check out my other video. It's been up for you know, a couple weeks now, so you guys can go check that out, and everything is explained there to the best of my abilities. There might have been some updates since then, which I'll try to go back and see if I can add something to the video description or pinned comment to update you guys. But other than that, there have been some cool things added with the last update they did. So in terms of changes and updates, that's basically it. I'm going to go into the Rampart map real quick, and I'm just going to go over a few things that are good for players who are newer to the game and just starting off. So one thing I will say really quickly, okay, if you're going to skip ahead and check out other things in the video, for people who haven't finished Invasion yet, my suggestion is you're probably going to get one of these items as you're going through Invasion mode this season. It's a translucency field. It makes you immune to projectiles for one encounter. What I would suggest is, there are some people who probably discard these, use them early, or sell them. If you get one of these while you're doing this season's Invasion maps, I would suggest keeping one on you, because this will make the final Invasion boss for this season a million times easier. And I'll show you guys why afterwards. I'll go and fight the Invasion boss. Again, there's going to be chapters for all this. You guys can go check it out. But just quickly, I just want to mention for people who might skip ahead, I would suggest keeping one of these on you. It'll make your life easier later when you're trying to finish up the Invasion maps. Having said that, let me quickly go over Ornate Keys. Ornate Keys are what you need to open up the chests in the Invasion maps. So again, and I mentioned this in previous seasons, Ornate Keys, they're now key items. They don't take up inventory space. They're shown, you can see here if you actually go into your character inventory. So they show up here now. So you can have a whole bunch on you at once. You're not limited to just holding 5 at a time, but you also can't buy them or anything like that. The way you get these keys is there are specific stages throughout the Invasion maps that will drop these keys. And they will only drop the keys once. So once you've done the stage that has a key, you'll get the key. If you repeat the stage, you will not get another key. Sometimes they give you just enough keys in the season to open up all the chests that are in, sprawled throughout the Invasion maps. Other times, maybe you'll be left with 1 key or 2 keys. This season, there's only enough keys for the amount of chests. So what I would suggest is go check out, I'm going to have a chapter for important treasure chests to open up. Go and check that out. And what that will be all the treasure chests for players who have already finished everything, okay? Because let me just again say, for new players, there are probably going to be a lot more items throughout the Invasion maps that I couldn't see because I already have them. So I probably opened up chests where maybe it would be a reward for you guys, and a cosmetic reward for you guys, and there wasn't for me. Maybe I just got a talisman or a relic or something like that. That's because I've already gotten a lot of the items previously, so I'm only seeing new items. So what I'll do is I'm going to be posting the treasure chests that will show new cosmetic items for players who have already gotten everything previously. Those are the ones I'm going to suggest you open first. Any other chests, while they may have new stuff for newer players, I can't guarantee that because they didn't have anything for me. So I'm going to mention, get the keys, go and open what I consider to be the important chests first, and then go back and do some cleanup afterwards. That's probably the safest option if you want to make sure you're not missing the good stuff, which is the cosmetic items. For the key locations, I'm going to be mentioning in the video description, so I'm not going to be showing you guys throughout the video where to get the keys because that would just take way too long. There's a lot of keys and I would have to be running around showing you guys the stages. What I will do is in the video description, I'll be posting the stages from each map that will drop a key. So if it's a survival stage, I'll mention what kind of survival stage. If it's just a regular stage, I'll mention what the name of the stage is. You guys can go looking for those stages and those stages will drop a key. So that's pretty much it in terms of Ornate Keys. Again, I'll be going over those later on in the video with the important chest chapter, so you guys can check that out. And yeah, that covers Ornate Keys. And finally, in terms of, again, just new players, I do always like to give a quick spiel for starting off with the Invasion maps. There are some important things you should keep in mind. So first of all, one tip I would give you is if you go into the map select here, so you can see we have all the maps and we have this Towers of Time map in the middle. The Towers of Time, I'm going to go over that later, but the Towers of Time is where you can find things like event towers, the seasonal tower, all that stuff. What I would suggest is, because the Towers of Time still gives you invasion experience and stuff like that, you want to avoid going here first before doing any of the other invasion maps. The reason for that is because you can see here as I'm going through, this is the first invasion map, and at the top right there you can see, so it's Havoc and it's level 1. So all of the invasion maps have a set level, and all the stages have a set level. The way scaling works in this game with experience and currency, it makes it so that if you're a higher level than the stage that you're doing and the opponent that you're fighting, you will get less rewards just naturally. So if I were to do this stage at level 1 the very first time, I would get more rewards than if I did this stage the very first time at level 2, because I would be higher level than the opponent. So if you go into Towers of Time first and you do a tower, and let's say you gain a level, and then you come and start invasion mode, you're always going to be slightly ahead than the rest of the opponents. And to be fair, you'll probably end up slightly ahead anyway as you're going through invasion mode. Like, especially if you're doing all the stages, you're probably going to end up at a point where you're at some point a higher level than the opponents you're fighting. But when you start off, you want to try to take advantage of the fact that you're not being nerfed, your rewards aren't being nerfed from the scaling. So that's why I suggest starting with the invasion maps first, starting at level 1 and going through. And then obviously, if you don't want to miss out on like event towers or stuff like that, go and do those before they expire. But if you're paying attention to trying to get your character mastery, cameo mastery, or currency, so you can buy things like the shrine items and the seasonal shop items, you want to make sure that you're not too far high level compared to the stages you're doing, because you're going to get nerfed rewards. It's going to take you longer to grind for currency and character experience. So I like to mention that for you guys initially. That's pretty important for especially new players who are trying to get ahead and get their character mastery up. That's my suggestion for that. What I would also suggest is doing all of the fight stages that you can. Now, what I mean by fight stages is, you know, obviously, so we see here quick draw, okay, quick draw Havoc. This is more of like a mini game stage where you have to do a move before the opponent does a move. That isn't really a fight stage. This is a test your might. That's not really a fight stage. Survivals, blockbusters, things like that, those are more mini game stages. This here is an actual fight, and these are the ones you're going to want to do if you're going to skip anything, because you can, there are some optional stages. Usually the minigame stages are optional, so you can just walk past them. That's fine, but you don't want to try to skip as many fight stages, because the fight stages are the ones that give you victory XP on first completion. They're the ones that will really boost your characters and your invasion level. The optional stages, like the survival stages and stuff, they're still important because they will still drop things like boosters, herbs, and keys. And obviously that's all really important stuff. But the fight stages are the ones where it's really going to impact like your experience, your currency, and your invasion level. And all of that is really important. You're going to have a tougher time if you try to go from point A to point B with these invasion maps, just skipping everything you can. You're going to get to a point where you're going to be struggling because your character is too low level, your stats aren't high enough, you're going to be missing out on chests because you're not going to be having keys and stuff like that. So you want to try to do as much as you can. And people think that invasion mode takes a really long time. Keep in mind, guys, I finish all of these invasion maps, and again, I mean, we can go and check, you know, they're all 100% done. Now, I'm recording this video a couple days after invasion started because I have to finish invasion mode first and then write out, you know, what, you know, my talking points and stuff like that. But I finish invasion mode basically in one afternoon, in one night. It really doesn't take that long. People seem to think that invasion mode takes a really long time. It's a really annoying grind, but it's really not that bad. And I only do it this quickly because I have to, because I like to get this video out for you guys. But there's no reason that you guys can't take your time, do all the stages, and get everything that you can, because it's worth it, in my opinion. You're going to be getting, again, for new players, that you're going to be getting the character mastery, the cameo mastery, the currency that you need to buy things and buy out the shrine and stuff like that. And for veteran players, you're just making it easier on yourself to get chests and maybe anything else that comes, you know, down the line for cosmetics and stuff like that. So again, I would say don't skip things that you know, if you can help it, don't skip any stages. Try to do as much as you can. But if you're just gonna do, you know, focus on one type of stage, make sure you're focusing on the fight stages, because yes, those will give you victory XP the first time you do them, and it's really important. And what let me just quickly say, when I say the first time you do them, if you repeat an invasion stage, an invasion map stage, you will not get the victory XP again. So the very first time you beat a stage, you'll notice you'll get a big victory, a big experience reward. And then the next time you do it, if you repeat it, you're going to get much less experience. The reason for that is because only the first time you do the stage, you'll get the victory XP. And that's another important reason to be doing these stages at least once. The other thing is, if I go into my character menu here, so you can see my stats, they're pretty high this time. Usually they're not this high when I'm showing you guys my stats. Most of my stats are above 100. That's because I did a little bit of grinding after the fact while I was trying to get things ready for the video. But even just getting to level 30, invasion level 30, and just using the herbs and boosters that I was finding as I was going through the invasion maps, my stats were pretty close to this. I didn't do much grinding to get to this point, so my stats were still, you know, high 80s. Attack was, I think, you know, 230 before I started doing my grinding. So the stats are really important. This is the kind of thing that's going to make stuff like the seasonal tower and invasion bosses and even survival stages a lot easier. You guys will notice survival stages, some of the ones where, for example, you have to protect Cashew and you're killing the zombies. If your characters have higher stats, like attack, for example, you'll be able to kill the zombies much faster. You can use jabs and stuff like that. Like with Li Mei, I can use jabs to kill the zombies in one hit. It makes certain survival stages a lot easier to do. And so that's another reason you guys want to do as many stages as you can, because the herbs and stuff that you get, it will benefit your characters in a way where it's going to make everything easier for you. And having said that, mentioning survival stages and stuff like that, for people who are doing survival stages and struggling, because I know a lot of survival stages, as you're going through these maps, you won't be using your main character. You're going to be using, for example, I mean, my main character is Li Mei. I might get stuck with Baraka for some of these survival stages. If you boost the stats of the character that is in that stage, even if you're not actively using them, so if I were to go into my character select here and switch over to someone else, let's say I run into a smoke survival stage and he's not able to kill the zombies in one hit, so I'm struggling because the zombies are, you know, killing Cashew and whatever. I can go into smoke, select smoke, give him the stat points that I've been getting from invasion levels, because invasion level gives stat points to everybody, not just who you're using. So I can then boost his attack, which is what I've done. I've gone through and given everybody basically as many attack points as I can. So you can go in, give them stat points, put them into attack or whatever else you need. And those stats, even though you're not actively using the character on the map, when those characters get used in the stage, they're still going to have those stats. So it'll make things a lot easier for you. And that's something to keep in mind if you're struggling with certain survival stages and stuff like that. That's, again, it's really important. It's going to make things a lot easier for you. Having said that, one last thing is try to stick with one character when you're going through these invasion maps. The reason for that is because, again, the herbs and stuff that you get on the boosters, those can only be used on one character. They can only be used on the character you're using on the map at the time that you actually use the item. So if I were to get an herb right now that boosts my stat points by 5, and I open up my menu and I use the herb, because I'm controlling Li Mei right now on the map, she's the only one who would get those 5 points. It's not like invasion levels. Invasion levels, when you get an invasion level, everybody gets stat points, even if you're not actively controlling them. But herbs and boosters, those only work on the character you're actively controlling on the map when you use them. So my advice is stick with the character that you're best with in terms of gameplay, and don't worry about elemental advantages and disadvantages. I know that's a thing with the stages where, you know, if you're at an elemental disadvantage, you're going to take more damage. Don't worry about that too much, because as you're growing your character and getting your stat points and boosting things like health and defense, it's going to even out anyway. I've never had a problem with struggling with certain stages because Li Mei's elemental status is at a disadvantage. I've never had to worry about that. You guys won't either. What I would suggest is stick with one character, give them all the boosts to make them basically just one massive powerhouse. And I also put all my stat points into attack because I find that is the best way and fastest way to get ahead in invasion mode. You can put your stat points into whatever you want. If you want to balance everything and basically, you know, put your stat points into health, attack, special defense, agility, so they're all a straight line of even numbers, that's fine. But I always think that doing attack and just putting everything into attack is best because your other stats will just grow naturally anyway through invasion levels and herbs and stuff like that. And attack, in my opinion, is the most important because the faster you end fights, the easier it is to just kind of, you know, continue to move forward. So I've always done that. I've never run into a roadblock with any of the invasion maps. Obviously, that's just my experience, but if I were to give you guys advice on where to put your stat points and how to manage characters with invasion maps, that is basically my advice for that. So again, I know this was a long spiel. This is more for new players. Veteran players, you guys have probably already skipped ahead to check out other chapters, but these are all things that I think are really important and should help you get ahead with the invasion maps. One last thing I would like to cover before we get into Klues is how to fast travel. I like to tell you guys again, people who don't know how to fast travel. So when you're in the invasion map, if you press start or whatever the start button equivalent is on your controller, you'll see here there's shop and there's forge. And if you look on the map, we have the mini map there. There's a few shops kind of sprawl about the map, and there's used to be like 2 forges sometimes with some of the maps. I think all the maps this time around only have 1 forge. But if you want to fast travel, the best way to do it is go through the map and unlock the shops. You have to have accessed the shops first to be able to fast travel to them. Once you have multiple shops, you've accessed multiple shops on a map, you can click on shop, click confirm, and you'll be taken to a shop. Now, if I immediately open my menu again and do it again, it'll take me to another shop. And so we can see now I'm at the bottom left. If I do it again, now I'm at, you know, the middle area at the top there. You can basically just keep cycling between all the shops. It's a faster way to obviously access the shops that you need to access, but it's also a faster way to go around the maps. And you're going to see that I'm going to be doing that to access certain stages faster. I've tried to write down the locations of stages that I need to show you guys. So you're going to be seeing me fast traveling around the maps to get there faster. You can also do it with the forge. So if you click on the forge, it'll take you to the forge. But the forge, like I said, it seems like there's only 1 forge per map now. So it'll always take you to the same place. So if I go to forge again, it's not going to take me anywhere else because there's only 1 forge. So in terms of fast traveling, that's how that works. Just wanted to quickly show you guys that. And let me go back here. We're going to go back to the entrance. And which one is it? There we go. So we're going to go back to the entrance, and I'm going to go over Klues next. So we'll go over here. All right. And yeah, so now I'm going to quickly go over the clues and how to solve them for these invasion maps. So clue stages are these stages here that we can see. At the bottom, you can see the name of the stage, and then right above that it says Clue Heated Exchange. So that is the clue. What you have to do is solve the clue by beating the stage in a certain way. So for this one, Heated Exchange, you're going to want to use Cameo Scorpion's Throw Brutality, which is called Well Done. If you finish this stage with Cameo Scorpion's Throw Brutality, it'll break this barrier, which you guys will have a barrier here, and allow you to access this chest. This chest for me only gave me a level 5 Acid Totem Talisman. Now, I'm going to quickly tell you guys, for new players, you will probably be getting better rewards things like cosmetics and gear that I'm not getting from a lot of these chests. For me, I was only getting, I think in total I got 2 actual cosmetic items, new cosmetic items that I hadn't gotten before from all of these clue chests. New players, you're probably going to be seeing a lot more important rewards, so keep that in mind. Veteran players, it'll probably be the same as me. If you've done everything from all the previous seasons, you've already gotten a lot of this stuff, especially if you've done season 4 already. You've already gotten a lot of the rewards, so a lot of these chests aren't going to have anything that important. But for new players, make sure, even though I'm going through this and I'm going to be saying, you know, this one only gave me a talisman, this one only gave me a relic, you're going to want to go through and make sure that you still open all the chests, because there's probably going to be better things for you if you haven't done these seasons before. For veteran players, I do want to say, if you've gotten everything before, even if I'm saying that I'm getting like a level 5 talisman or something like that, it might be different for you guys even still, because I know that in a previous season, someone basically told me that one of the rewards I got was not what they got. It wasn't an important thing. It was like, I think I got a talisman, they got a relic. And I think the reason for that is because once you've gotten all of the rewards already, it just kind of gives you like a filler for the chest, just to give you something. And I think that's why in previous seasons, I'll be like, oh, I got 5 of the same relic from these chests. I think it's because it probably takes it from a pool and just gives you like a random talisman or relic when you've already gotten everything else. I could be wrong about that, but I am just saying, if I open a chest and there's nothing important in there, for new players, that doesn't mean there'll be nothing important in there for you. And for veteran players, it just means that, you know, maybe it'll be something similar, but also different. So please keep that in mind going forward. I know that there's going to be maybe some discrepancies between what I get and what you guys get. Having said that, so the first one again, Heated Exchange, and I'm going to open up the map here. You guys can see where it is. So this is close to the first shop. It's right at the beginning of the map on the left side, and it's the very first, next to the very first chest. So Heated Exchange, and this is the Cameo Scorpion Throw Brutality. Do that and you will unlock the barrier. So next we're going to go to, we're going to use the Forge, because it's close to the Forge. And we're going to go straight down, and it's literally right here. So this is the out of nowhere clue. I'll open up the map, you guys can see. So it's down there right next to the Forge. And this, to solve this clue, you're going to have to do Sonia's Cameo Throw Brutality. So equip Cameo Sonia. Do her Throw Brutality to finish the stage. I believe it's called Popping Heads. And this will break the barrier. So I went up here, got the chest, and I got a Fireman Relic. Nothing important again. And in the last chest, just in case I didn't mention, I got a level 5 Acid Totem Talisman. So nothing important from these chests for me. For new players, keep in mind, it might be different for you guys. The next one is going to be near the end of the map, actually. So let's go. Actually, I might have to actually stay with this one. So we're gonna go all the way around here, because this is gonna be near the end of the map. So we'll make our way around. And okay, so it should be up here. There we go. So the clue is a little confusing. It's 5 arrows and then palm. This is basically, I think it's meant to signify 5-point palm. And this is Shujinko's Cameo Fatality 5-point strike. So equip Shujinko as your cameo. Do his fatality at the end of the match. You'll break this barrier and be able to access this chest. And this chest gave me a level 5 Acidic Saw Blades Talisman. So again, if I'm not showing you guys the actual talisman itself or the relic itself, it's because they're not important. I'm going to show you guys later on in the video what, you know, important relics and talismans I think you guys will actually find useful. If I'm not showing you guys the talismans and relics from these chests that I got, it's because I think they were just throwaway items. And To be fair, I might not even have them anymore because by the time I'm finished invasion mode, I tend to run out of space for my talismans and relics, so I've tossed a lot of them out. So anyway, the solution for this one is going to be Shujinko's Cameo Fatality 5-point strike. That will solve the clue for this. So that's it for Rampart, and I'm going to open this again. You guys can see where this is. So this is right near the end of the map. It's right next to the boss. The bottom chest there is the one that has the clue in front of it. So that's it for Rampart. We're going to go to Sundo Festival. So Sundo Festival, I've already started here on the clue. So I'm going to open this up. It's, again, right near the beginning of the map. The map starts on the left. So it's in front of the first chest at the start of the map. And so this is the Brutal Infection clue. This is going to be Melina's Brutality. And it can be, as far as I know, any brutality. I used her classic uppercut. Usually in cases like these, you can use any brutality. There are some where you can use any brutality or any fatality. So just make sure you have Melina and do a brutality. You should be able to break the barrier and get up here to get this chest. This gave me actually an important piece of cosmetic gear. So everyone should be seeing this. This is a acquittal gear for Li Mei, and I'll put this up on the screen. So this was the gear that I got from this chest. So this will actually be brand new for everybody. And again, this is Melina's Brutality to solve this clue. The next one is going to be, we're going to go and use the Forge. And we'll come up here. So this clue is slide 2 left, slide 2 right. This is going to be Sub-Zero's Absolute Zero Brutality. So this is his slide brutality, and that should break the barrier that's right up here and allow you to access this chest here. This chest gave me an Airhead relic, so nothing important. And yeah, that's basically the solution for this one. The next one I think is going to be near the end of the map, so we're going to go ahead and go to the next shop, and you guys can see here actually this is where this clue is. So slide 2 left, slide 2 right. This is in the middle of the map here near the Forge if you want to fast travel to it. So we're going to use the shop, and we're going to go over here and then make our way around. And here, okay, so here we have the the debt sub clue. Now, I did mention, I think previously, or if I didn't, I'll mention it now, that some clues are going to be mixed up messages. So we're going to be seeing, again, you have to kind of like unravel the words. It'll usually make more sense once you put the words back together. This spells out busted once you rearrange the letters. So this is going to be Striker's Cameo Throw Brutality, which I believe is called Busted, and this will unlock the barrier and allow you to access this chest up here, which only gave me a level 10 static shock talisman, so nothing important out of this chest. Again, I'll open up the map here so you guys can see. It's right near the end of the map, close to the final invasion boss for this map. And that's going to be it for clues that you can access before you beat the final invasion boss. I'm going to show you guys another one. This one you can only access after you've beaten the final invasion boss of like the very last invasion map, because you need her key item to break the barrier to access this stage. So we're going to go over here. I'm going to use the Forge again to go around this way. So when you first come here, before having beaten the final invasion boss of, you know, the last invasion map, you will notice here it says unlocked gate. There would be a pink barrier a pink energy barrier blocking off this area. So you can't access this area right away. You have to finish invasion mode, get the final key item from beating the last invasion boss, and then you can come over here, use the key item to break the barrier and access this area. So there's going to be a couple of these you can't do until you've done that, until you've finished invasion mode. I'm just letting you guys know that. So once you've done that, you can come over here, break the barrier, and we're just going to make our way over here. And I think it's this one. Yeah, here we go. So this is Tip Motab, which when you unscramble the letters spells out bottom pit, which is a reference to old Mortal Kombat games. Reptile would be at the bottom of the pit stage. That's kind of how you got to fight him, I think, in Mortal Kombat 1, the original Mortal Kombat 1. And so this is going to be a reptile fatality. I think you can do any fatality. I used his first fatality, and it broke the barrier for me. So then you can come over here, access this chest. This will give you the tiebreaker relic, or gave me the tiebreaker relic. It might be different for you guys. Again, new players, you might get something even better. So that is the solution for that clue there. So that's it for Sundo Festival. We're going to move on to Tarkatan Colony, and you can see on the map here, so this is where the clue stage is. It's down there past the barrier at the bottom middle of the map. So we're going to go to the Tarkatan Colony. And so I'm already on the first stage. I'll open up the map. You guys can see it's close to the beginning of the stage. Again, the stage starts on the left for this map, or the map starts on the left for this map. So it's very close to the beginning of the map. You can see right here, clue, sure you can. So this is going to be spamming the throwing star special move with Raiko. So you're going to equip Raiko. You're going to spam his throwing stars. I don't know how many exactly you have to spam, how many you have to use, but just keep using his throwing star moves. Try like maybe 10, 15 times. That should be enough so that when you finish the stage, it breaks the barrier. And then you can access this chest. I got a level 15 Acid Mines Talisman from this chest. Again, you guys will probably get something different, but so that is the solution for this one. The next one is going to be further into the map here. We're going to go ahead and travel to the middle shop. Here we go, and we're going to go up here. And every now and then I might get ambushed while I'm going through these, so just give me a second while I get through this.
Justice for our world.
Brutality. Lime wins.
We have the Conan the Barbarian announcer there. Okay, so that's another thing for new players. Occasionally, as you're going through the maps, you might get ambushed. The ambush stages tend to give you herbs, which is really good because it permanently boosts your stats. So I'll actually use that on Lime right now. Here we go. So anyway, up here is the Elbu I Misarayu clue. And you can see here it's all the way on the right side of the map. Right in front of the chest that's all the way on the right side there. So when you unscramble these letters, you get Blue Eye Samurai. And this is going to be, you have to do Kenchi's Brutality. You can do any brutality as far as I know. I did the classic uppercut brutality for Kenchi. So go here, equip Kenchi, do a brutality. That should break the barrier. That'll unlock this chest here. And I got the Trash Talker relic from this chest. You guys might get something different, but that's basically the solution for that one. The last one is going to be near the end of the map, so we're going to use the shop. I could actually use the forge too to get there faster, but there we go. So we're gonna go down here. And here we can see the cold shoulder clue. So I'm gonna open up the map again. So that's bottom left of the map. You guys can see in front of the chest there where the forge and shop are. So this is the cold shoulder clue. This is going to be Cameo Sub-Zero's fatality, his spine rip fatality. So equip Cameo Sub-Zero, finish the stage with his spine rip fatality. This will break the barrier so you can access this chest, which got me the level 15 Flesh Render Talisman. So again, for you guys, might be different, new players, probably something better. But that's all the clues for Tarkatan Colony. We're now going to move on to the Fire Temple. Okay, so first clue in the Fire Temple. This is right here. Now the Fire Temple starts on the right. This time for the map, the map ends on the left. So the right side is the start. So right near the start of the map, right at the top right there, you're going to find the future and past clue. And this is going to be Gearus's second fatality, his temporal execution fatality. So equip Gearus, do his second fatality. This should give you this chest up here, which for me gave me a level 20 Serbi talisman. Probably different for you guys, but that's what I got. And that's basically it for this clue. We'll move on to the next one, which if I think we'll do the forge. Should be faster. So we'll go up here and we're going to go down these steps and it should be right here. There we go. So this is the now you see me, now you don't clue. And I'll open it up. You can see it's right near the middle of the map. There's a chest there near one of the mini boss icons. So you go to the bottom of the stairs here and it'll give you the now you see me, now you don't clue stage. This is basically just a smoke fatality. I think you can do any fatality. I used his first fatality. So equip smoke, do a fatality. You'll solve the clue. You'll get this chest up here, which gave me a level 20 Shiver Shredder talisman. Probably different for you guys. So again, don't skip it just because it doesn't sound that enticing, because for new players, it's going to be probably something better. So that's that clue. And now the last clue for Fire Temple, this again will require you to have finished invasion mode first, because you're going to need the boss key from the final invasion boss, the boss key item. So we're going to go down here. All the way down here. So this is near the end of the map and we're going to go down here. This is where the barrier would be. I've already unlocked it, so you guys are going to be seeing it here, but you guys will have a pink barrier if you haven't unlocked it already. You need to have beaten the final invasion boss first. You'll get her key item. You can come back here and break the barrier and make your way through here. And then you're going to come down here. And so here we have the Tix Ronuda clue. And I'll open the map. You can see it's all the way on the left there. And this is near the end of the map, because this map ends on the left. So right on the left there, past the barrier, close to the chest. So this is going to basically be, if you unscramble the words and the letters, you get stick around. And that's going to be a Tanya fatality. So I think you can use any fatality. I used her first fatality, but you want to equip Tanya, do a fatality. You will break this barrier, access this chest here, which gave me a level 20 Shadow Shredder talisman. But again, could be different for you guys, so open it anyway if you can. And yeah, so that'll be it for the Fire Temple. We're going to move on to the Living Forest. So the first one in the Living Forest is the Happy Feet clue. And this is all the way on the top right there. So Living Forest starts on the right, ends on the left. So this is pretty close to the entrance to the map. So top right here, and this is the Happy Feet clue. So for this one, all you're going to do is you can use any character, and you're going to spam the flip stance button. So on PlayStation 5, for example, it's the left trigger, it's L2. It's, you know, you can see them moving side to side as they switch their stance. Do that a few times. I don't know exactly how many times you have to do that. I did it, I just spammed it for, you know, a couple minutes and then finished the stage. That unlocked the barrier for me. So you can come up here after and unlock this chest. I got the Airhead Relic from this. You guys might get something different. And that is the solution for this one. The next one, and let me see here. So we're going to go to the forge. That's the fastest way, I think, to go down here. And we're just going to go straight down. And go up here. So here is the bloodbath clue. And so we can see here on the map, it's basically straight down from the forge. So if you've fast traveled to the forge, just go straight down. You'll access this stage here, bloodbath. So this is going to be a Natara fatality. I used her first fatality. I think it can be any fatality, doesn't matter which one you use. That will break the barrier. You can access this chest where I got a level 25 Healing Blood Fists Talisman. So nothing special for me, but you guys might get something better. The next one is actually pretty close to this. So from here, I'm not even going to fast travel. We're just going to go right into this cathedral, this broken cathedral here. We're going to go and use the teleport node. And right up here, we have the Lab Ray clue. So when you unscramble the letters, it spells out hairball. And this is going to be Sindel's hairball special move. So you're going to equip Sindel and you're going to spam her hairball move. I don't know if it matters if you do the low version or the high version. I did the high version, and I basically just spammed it for the first couple minutes of the fight and then finished it off. And this broke the barrier for me. So you can come up here afterwards, access this chest. I got a level 25 God Blast Talisman from this chest. You guys might get something different. And that is a solution for this one. The next one is going to be near... Okay, so it's going to be all the way up there. We're going to take the shop fast travel. And let me actually... go here. There we go. And we're going to go this way and work our way around here. Now I believe it's going to be this one here. And hopefully I'm right. We'll see. Okay, yeah. So here is the pause and reflect clue. I'll open up the map. You guys can see. It's right here. And I didn't open up the map on the last one because, again, I showed you guys basically it's right next to the bloodbath clue. But if you do want to see where it is on the map, the last one I did, it's right on the right. You can see the chest all the way on the right on the map after the teleport node. Because it's a teleport node, it doesn't really matter whether I show you guys or not, but for those who wanted to see it, it's all the way on the right there, the chest all the way on the right. But for this one, for pause and reflect, so this is up near the top left of the map, the top chest here. And so pause and reflect is going to be a Li Mei fatality. I used her first fatality. You can probably do any of her fatalities and it'll still unlock the barrier. I then went up here, got the chest. This gave me a level 25 Frost Fart Talisman, but could be different for you guys. And finally, the last clue is going to be, let's see here. So it's pretty close by. I'm going to have to actually, there's no fast travel here, so I'm going to have to make my way there from here. And we're going to go down from here. And then this way. And I believe it's here. Yeah, here we go. So this is all the way on the left of the map here, near the end. It's right next to that mini boss that you can see in the middle. It's a Liu Kang mini boss, I think. So go all the way over here to the left of the map. This will give you the Lend a Hand clue stage, and this is going to be a Havoc brutality. You can use any brutality, I think. I use the classic uppercut brutality. So equip Havoc, do a brutality. You should be able to break this barrier. Access this chest. I got a level 25 Puggles Talisman, but again, and I keep repeating this because I know some people are probably going to skip ahead, it could be different for you guys. For new players, you might get something better. So again, I'm just letting you know what I got, and that is the solution to the Lend a Hand clue. So we're almost done with the clues. Let's go to the last map here, Shang Tsung's laboratory. So right here, this is going to be on the first floor. Shang Tsung's laboratory is broken up into floors. So this is the first floor, and it's at the top left here. This is the net zero clue. And for this one, what I did was I spammed Cameo Cyrax's Cybernet move. I landed 5 hits, and I was able to break the barrier. So I don't know exactly how many times you have to use Cameo Cyrax's Cybernet. You might only have to use it once, not sure, but I did it 5 times just to make sure, and it did break the barrier for me. So come up here, get this chest. This gave me a level 30 Gore Spout Talisman, but again, could be different for you guys. So that is the solution for this one. The next one actually is a little more annoying to solve. This one was I remember, because I think this one was a repeat clue, and this one was, I remember the first time I did this, I could not figure out what the solution to this clue was, but I have it now, thankfully. So we're gonna go down here. Here we go. So this is on the second floor, and I fast traveled to the forge to get here a bit faster. So this is on the second floor, and it's right at the bottom there, you can see. So this is the light and dark clue, and this is going to be Ashra. There's 2 things you have to do with Ashra, I think, to unlock this this area. You have to basically switch between her dark and light forms by using the Invoking the Light move, and in between each switch, make sure to use the Heaven's Beacon projectile. So you want to, I think she starts off in light mode. You're going to switch to dark mode with Invoking the Light, use the Heaven's Beacon projectile, and then switch to light again, use the Heaven's Beacon projectile, and so on and so forth. Spam that a few times. It should be enough to unlock the barrier after you finish the stage. I spent about a minute just switching between forms and shooting projectiles. That seemed to be enough. So you can then break this barrier and access this chest, which for me gave me a Back Atcha relic. Could be different for you guys, but that's basically what I got. And now the last one is going to be all the way at the top on the 4th floor. So we can't actually fast travel to the 4th floor, but we can get pretty close. So I'm going to go up here, and to access this area, you need the final invasion boss key. So you can actually, if you wanted to, you could get this one right after you beat the final invasion boss of this specific invasion season. So because this is the last map, so you're going to beat the final invasion boss. You're going to get her key item. You need that to break this barrier. For people who haven't broken it yet, you'll see like a pink barrier here. You break that, you go up here. And this is going to be the chest on the right side. So we're going to go around, and I get ambushed again. I'll just take care of this real quick.
Ambush.
There we go. That could have gone better. So I'll probably get some herbs or something for this.
Wins.
Yeah, there we go. Mixed herbs. Okay. So I'll go ahead and use these on Lee real quick. All right. Now, we're going to make our way around this circle here, and we're going to go, I think, this to this one. No, we passed it. So this one here. And then up here and to the right. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to open the map so you guys can see here. It's on the right side there in front of that chest, right on the top floor. So again, you need the final invasion boss key item to access this area. And the clue is, I mean, I don't even know if I can pronounce this, Kombat Kitsudio. This is basically, it's a scrambled word. If you rearrange the letters, you get compacted. And this is going to be Cameo Sector's Fatality, which I believe is called Compactor. So you're going to equip Cameo Sector as your cameo, and you're going to use his Fatality to finish the stage. That should break the barrier. You can come up here. This, after a long line of me not really being able to show you guys anything, this actually does have a reward for everybody, even veteran players. This will give you the Mulholland Wolf Johnny Cage skin, which I'll bring up on the screen real quick so you guys can see that's what it looks like. And I'll mention that later when I go through important chests, but yeah, so this chest here will give you actually a new reward for everybody, which is really nice. And this is the last clue for the invasion maps. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So again, this is the spells out compacted. Once you unscramble the letters, that will be Cameo Sector's Fatality. So that's it for clues. I'll move on to important treasures next, and let me just go back to the map select here, and we'll go back to Rampart. Okay, so we're gonna go around and open any important chests. Now let me just say, when I say important chests and treasures, what I am talking about are treasure chests that guaranteed will give everybody new cosmetics. So skins, palettes, and gear. Those to me are what I consider to be the most important treasure chests. So if you guys, again, because I know that the Ornate Keys, some of them can be annoying to get because a lot of them are going to require you to do survival stages and stuff like that. If you guys don't want to open every single chest, especially for veteran players who have already gotten everything previously, I will show you the chest that guaranteed will give everybody new gear. New players are going to want to open as many chests as they can, even the ones that I'm not showing in this section, because you guys will probably get rewards from other chests where I didn't, or other players who have finished all of these stuff previously, all of the seasons and everything previously. We might not be getting the same rewards you guys are going to get from those chests. So new players are going to want to try to do as much as they can, get as many keys as they can, and open as many chests as they can. But veteran players, and again, you know, new players who just want, like, you know, the new stuff, I will show you guys which chests to open to save your keys and to get just, you know, the good stuff like the cosmetics. So I went through all the different maps of this season's invasion. There are 42 new items in total, cosmetic items, 10 of which are gear. So 42 items, 10 of which are gear, the rest are skins and palettes. There's a lot of good stuff there because I think last season there was only like 21, I think, new pieces of cosmetic gear added to the invasion maps. So they actually added quite a bit for this one, I guess, again, because, you know, they were adding the palettes and the color scheme that, like, we didn't get the last time with the Melina season. So there's quite a bit here that you guys are going to be getting. We'll start with, let's see here. So the first one is going to be on the upper level. We're going to take the shop and we'll fast travel down here, and then we have to go up here. And I'll make sure to open the map and show you guys where it is. So this chest here, and so you can see on the map there, it's on the upper level, but it's at the bottom of the map. So we have to take the stairs up. Fastest way is to use the shop there to fast travel to the shop. This will give you the Umgadi Inquisitor Tanya skin, and I'll bring that up on the screen. So you can see there, that's the skin. You'll get that from this chest. So that's the first one, and there's actually quite a few. The next one is going to be the All Out War General Shao skin. So we're gonna go to, let's go to the forge, and we're gonna come up here, and I think all of the mini bosses and bosses in this invasion season will give you a new palette or skin. So this one here, you can see it's right in the middle of the map, and this is a General Shao mini boss. So when you beat him, you will get the All Out War General Shao skin, which I will put up on the screen. So that is the skin you'll get from this stage here. And again, on the map there, it's right in the middle. And the next one, funny enough, if you just go right over here and then go up, this chest here will give you a couple pieces of a couple new cosmetic pieces. You will get the Pandemonious Conjurer Quan Chi palette. So that's up on the screen there, you guys can see. And you will also get the Timequake Gearus gear. So both of those will come from this chest here. So again, that's a pretty good one. One thing, okay, I can't show you guys this. As you're going through the invasion maps, you guys will notice as you're going from point A to point B to try to get to the invasion boss of each map, you'll be sucked into a portal. I don't think it's avoidable. I think as just naturally you're going through the invasion map, you will get sucked into these portals. If not, just run around until you get sucked into one. But there's these portals that you get sucked into on each map, which give you basically just free rewards. It usually has like 3 or 4 stages, not stages, but like levels that you'll teleport to that will give you a chest, and those chests give you rewards. So as you get sucked into the portal and open the chest in the Rampart map portal, you will get the Soul Devourer Ermac skin. So let me just show you this one real quick. So that is the Soul Devourer Ermac skin. And the next one is actually going to be, if you go all the way to the end of the map and fight the final boss, and I want to actually go there because, I mean, you guys, you have to do that to finish this map. But the final boss of this map here is going to be Raiko. And he will give you, once you beat him, he will give you the Ravening Warfighter skin, Raiko skin, or Ravening Warfighter. So you can get this skin for beating the final boss on this map, which, oops, wrong button, sorry. So it's all the way on the right there because this map starts on the left. So all the way on the right side there. That's where the boss, the final boss of this map is. That'll be Raiko, and you will get that skin from there. The last one is going to need, you're going to need the final invasion boss key item from the last map in the invasion maps, the Melina boss. Once you beat her, you'll get the key item. You can break the barriers. You'll be able to go up here. So we're going to go travel all the way to the top here. So this is past the barrier, and let me just double check here. Okay, so right at the top, we're gonna go up here. Okay, so this chest here, and you can see, so it's right at the top of the map, and to even access this chest, you have to have broken the barrier first using the key item from the final invasion boss of this invasion mode. So come back here, and you can come up here, access this chest. This will give you the Fiery Yearning Scorpion palette. So I'm going to go ahead and put that up. So this is what the Scorpion palette looks like. You'll get that from this chest here, and again, that's where it is on the map, right at the top. So you need to have beaten the final invasion boss first to be able to access this chest. So that's it for Rampart. We're going to go to the Sundo Festival. Now, this first one I already showed you guys, but I'm going to show you again. So we're going to go down to the beginning area, and we're going to come up here. So you're going to want to solve this clue first. This is the Brutal Infection clue. This is Melina's Brutality. You can use any brutality, doesn't matter. I used her classic uppercut, so just make sure you equip a Melina, do her brutality. It'll break the barrier here. You can access this chest, and this will give you the Acquittal Lime gear, which I will bring up on the screen so you guys can see. So you get that gear from this chest. I'll open the map so you guys can see again. It's right on the left side, so the map starts on the left. So right at the bottom, near the entrance, this chest here. The next one is going to be some katana gear. And that is actually going to be pretty close to the middle shop. So we're going to go here and then down here. And down this way. I believe this is it. Yeah, here we go. So this is this treasure chest here, and I'll open up the map. So right at the top there, you guys can see. And so this chest will give you the Osh-Tech Bladed Fans katana gear. So I'll bring that up here. You guys can see. So you'll get that from this chest. The next one is going to be, let's see here. It's going to be right before the main boss of this map. So we're gonna, let's use the shop again. Go back here. We're gonna go all the way down here. And we'll go around up here. I believe it's this one here. Right, so this is basically this is a mini boss. This is the Kung Lao mini boss, Mr. Fast Hands. And by beating this mini boss, you will get the Proud Glutton Kung Lao skin. So I'll bring that up on the screen, you guys can see. So Proud Glutton Kung Lao skin, you'll get that from just beating this this fight. I'll open the map so you guys can see. So right on the right side, literally right before the last invasion boss of this map, is the Kung Lao mini boss, and that's where you'll get that. The next one is actually really close. We're just going to go up here, and this is the boss of this map, so Sindel. And just beating her will give you the Gluttonous Empress Sindel skin. So we're going to open this, and you guys can see what the skin looks like. So all you have to do, again, just go here, and it's literally just right at the end of the map. Just beat Sindel, and you will get that skin. And finally, again, in the portal, which I can't show you guys because you can only be sucked into the portals once, so I can't show you guys the chest, but if you get sucked into the portal on this map, you will get the Hungered Punisher Takeda skin from one of the chests. So I'll show you guys that. So you should just get sucked into the portal naturally. Otherwise, just run around, take a couple paths, off like the beaten area, whatever, off the beaten path. You should get sucked into the portal and you can get that skin. So that's it for Sundo Festival. We're going to go to Tarkatan Colony next. So the first one is right at the beginning of the map, actually. Let me see here. Okay, we're going to go up here. Another ambush. Let's take care of this real quick. Oh, this is just a loot. Here we go.
Nime wins.
Okay. That'll probably happen a couple times as we're going through to get all these chests. So it should be this chest here. And I'm going to open up the map. You guys can see. So this is literally the very first chest of the map. The map starts on the left, so after you start off, make your way up here, the first chest at the top left there. And this chest will give you the Commotion in Motion Havoc palette, which, let's just bring this up so you guys can see. There you go. So that's the palette you will get from this one. So the next one is going to be actually pretty close to this one. We're going to go down here. And right in front of this tower, if you go down here, there's a chest. So this one here, you can see it on the map there. It's technically the third chest you'll encounter when you start the map. So this chest here will give you the Moral High Ground Scorpion gear. So I'm going to go ahead and put this up on the screen. You guys can see. So pretty cool Scorpion mask. The next one is going to be for beating the Shang Tsung mini boss. So I think the fastest way to get there is to actually just teleport to the end. Here we go. So let's go down here. We'll make our way around. And I believe it's this one here. So this is the Shang Tsung mini boss. We'll open up the map. You guys can see he's actually, there's two mini bosses right beside each other. He's the first one as you're coming up here. And this, let me just close this. This will give you the Omnivorous Rascal Shang Tsung skin, which I will bring up on the screen so you guys can see. So get a nice Shang Tsung skin for beating that. And then the next one is going to be the final boss of the of this map. So for this one, I'll just make my way around. I didn't do it in Rampart because it takes a while to actually like get around in Rampart, but I can show you guys this one. So you're basically just going to make your way up to the final invasion boss here of this map anyway. So this will be Havoc. So you're going to have to fight him. If you're beating this map, you're going to get this no matter what. And this is the Audacious Chaos Havoc skin, which I will bring up on the screen here for you guys. And finally, for the portal, actually there's two more. So for the portal, when you get sucked into the portal on this map, you're going to get two items. One of which is the Ravenous Necromancer Quan Chi skin. So I'll bring this up. You guys can see, again, I can't get sucked into the portal again, so all I can do is show you guys, once you do get sucked into the portal, what you're going to get. So you'll get this skin here. And you're also going to get the Diabolical Hunter Quan Chi gear. This right here. So when you go to the portal, you'll get those. The last thing you can get on this map is after you've beaten the final invasion boss of this invasion mode, you'll get her key item. And actually, hold on, let me go to the other one here. There we go. So you're going to need her key item because you have to be able to break the barrier that's over here. You're going to come up here. So here's where the gate would be. I've already broken it. You guys will probably see a pink gate here if you haven't broken it. So beat the final invasion boss of this entire invasion mode first. So the boss on the last map. Get her key item, come back here, break the barrier. You can then make your way through here. And I believe this tower right here, so not ready for this. This tower, if you beat it, will give you the Heartless Warrior Cameo Sector palette, which I will bring up on the screen here. So that actually looks really cool. I like that one a lot. So that's it for Tarkatan Colony. We'll move on to the Fire Temple next. Okay, so for the Fire Temple, so the first one is actually going to be right near the entrance, and we're going to go ahead and teleport here. So this map starts on the right side. We're going to go to the shop, and we're just going to go straight up here. There we go. So this chest here will give you the Guardian of Katara Vala Natara palette. Kind of a mouthful. Let me just quickly, I'll bring up the map first so you guys can see. So right there, bottom right above the first shop. And so yeah, this gives you the Guardian of Katara Vala Natara palette, which I will bring up on the screen here so you guys can see it. So that's the first one. Next one, let me see here. So this one, we're going to go to the shop, the second shop. And we're literally just going to go all the way straight down. Here we go. And I believe it's this one here. So this chest here, I'll bring it up on the map. So it's straight down from the top shop there, near the middle, the bottom chest here. This chest is going to give you the Direct Descendant Raiden gear. And I'll bring that up on the screen so you guys can see. So Direct Descendant Raiden gear. The next one is actually really close to the shop we just came from. So right at the top here, and we're going to go down here, and we're just going to go on the side here. So this chest here, so you can see it's top of the map, right to the left of the shop. This will give you the Huntress of Outworld Melina skin, which I've put up on the screen for you guys. You can see it. So Huntress of Outworld Melina skin. The next one is it's going to be a mini boss skin. So we're going to go down here, and I think it's this one here. Should be Smoke. Yeah, here we go. So this Smoke mini boss here, you can see right below the chest we were just accessing, middle of the map. So this Smoke mini boss, once you beat him, you will get the Devouring Haze Smoke skin. So I'll bring that up on the screen. So pretty cool looking skin. I like it. The next one is going to be the map boss, actually. So right down here, it's pretty close, so I'll just show you guys. So this is going to be the Kenshi boss for the map. He's all the way on the left, right before the exit portal. And this will give you the Starving Swordsman Kenshi skin, which I have put up on the screen for you guys. So again, pretty cool skin. The next one's okay. So the portal skin. Obviously, I can't get into the portal again, but I will show you guys what the skin is. So you get sucked into the portal. Just make your way through the map. You should eventually get sucked into a portal. You will get the Starved Armorer Sector skin. So that's this one. So once you get sucked into the portal, just open the treasure chests that are there, and one of them will give you this. Now the next two, you need to have beaten the final invasion boss first. Again, you need the key item to access these ones. So the first one is going to be down here. So again, usually you guys would see a barrier here. So you wouldn't be able to access this area just yet. Once you've beaten all the invasion maps, you'll get a key item. You can come back here, you can break the barrier. It's like a pink barrier. You guys can break that, then you can make your way through here. And I believe it's this chest here. Let me just check real quick. Yeah, okay. So it's this chest here. This one will give you the Spiritual Presence Tanya palette. So let me bring that up. So open this chest, you'll get this palette here, the Tanya palette. And then the last one is right up here. And again, you need to be able to break the barriers because there's another barrier here. So you have to break that, and you have to be able to come down here and access this tower. So the Join the Fun tower, go ahead and do this tower, beat that. You will get the Dead Man's Party Ashra palette, which I just put up on the screen so you guys can see. So all you have to do is beat this tower. You'll get that palette for Ashra. So I think that's it for the Fire Temple, as far as I can tell. Yeah, okay. So the next one is going to be in the Living Forest. So let's go over to the Living Forest. So, okay, it's good that we're here because we actually have to go around the squiggly bit there. So we're going to go back up here. And I think the fastest way, so we go around here. And we're going to make our way down this way. Okay, so it should be this chest here. Let me just double check here. Yeah, okay. So this chest here, again, I'll show you guys on the map there. So it's at the bottom, past the squiggly path, right above the last boss for this map. So this chest here will give you the Broken Will Cameo Cyrax palette, which I've gone ahead and put up on the screen for you guys so you can see. So pretty cool. I like the Cyrax and Sector palettes, cameo palettes they gave for this update. The next one is going to be... So this one's going to be all the way up there. We're going to have to make our way up here. There's no real fast travel points for this specific area, so I have to make my way all the way around. So we're going to go down here. And let's go up here. And you're going to go around. So right here, above this little waterfall area where their bridge is. There's a chest. We're gonna go ahead and open the map so you guys can see. So it's at the top left there. Just take the top path right at the end there of the map and go around. You'll get this chest. So this will give you the first among nobles Sindel gear, which I'll put on the screen so you guys can see. So you get that, which is pretty cool. The next one, okay, we're gonna have to actually go back. Next one is gonna be a mini boss skin for beating one of the mini bosses. So it should just be this one here. So this is the Liu Kang mini boss of the map. So you beat him and you will get the Ferocious Monk Liu Kang skin, which I'll go ahead and put up on the screen here so you guys can see. So you basically just get a free skin for beating this fight. And then the last one, last of the ones I have to show here, we're going to be all the way around. Basically, this is just the last boss of this map. So yeah, just down here. And this will be Baraka skin. So this is the boss of this map. You're going to have to do this if you want to beat the map, so can't really miss this one. So you beat Baraka, and you will get the Marauding Mutant Baraka skin. I do like the color scheme of these skins. So there you go. So you'll get that Baraka skin. The next one is going to be the portal. In the portal, there's actually a couple things you get. So as you're going through the map, you'll get sucked into the portal. I can't show you guys because you can't do it twice, but you'll get sucked into the portal. And in those chests, you will get the Boiling Rage Scorpion gear, which I put up on the screen there for you guys. And you will also get the Starving Henchman Noob Saibot skin. Now, I'm pretty sure those come from different chests within the portal. So if you go in the portal and you open a chest and it's only got one item, it's okay, because before you leave the portal, it'll eventually give you a chest that has the other one. So that's that. And then finally, this is going to have to be accessed after you've beaten the final invasion boss of invasion mode. Because you have to be able to access this area, because here I think the barrier is right down here. Yeah, so here you would usually see a pink barrier. So after you've beaten the final invasion boss, come back here. You can use her key item to break the barrier and access this area up here. And we're gonna just go around. And this chest right here, this one here, and I'll bring it up on the map so you can see it's past the barrier, but it's a pretty small area, so can't really miss it. And it's the only chest up there in the middle. So this one will give you the Blood Sister Katana palette, which I'll put up on the screen here so you guys can see. It'll give you that palette and the Cleanser of Iniquity Ashra gear, which you guys can see there as well. I put that up on the screen. So yeah, I think that's about it for the Living Forest. That's all the gear, important gear anyway for those. And then last is going to be Shang Tsung's laboratories. Let's go ahead and go to Shang Tsung's laboratory. Okay, so we're gonna go back to the first floor. Right now we're on the top. First floor. Okay, so it's going to be right above here. So we're gonna go up here and up here. So it should be this one. So this one, this chest here, and you guys can see again in the map, first floor, top right. This will give you the preemptive strike Havoc gear, which I have put up on the screen for you guys. You can see. So preemptive strike Havoc gear. The next one is for beating the mini boss on the second floor. So we're gonna go to, I think the forge is the fastest way to do this. So I believe it's this one. So for beating the Natara mini boss, and you guys can see, so this is the second floor right at the top. So for beating the Natara mini boss, you will get the Bloody Appetence Natara skin, which I have put up on the screen. So that's that. The next one is going to be on the third floor, so let's go ahead and use the shop to get there faster. And let me see here. So I believe we're going to have to go around this way. And we're going to have to make our way around. Oh, actually, no, hold on. It's not the chest, it's the mini boss. Here we go. So here we have the mini boss, reptile mini boss. And this is at the top left here of the third floor. So this reptile mini boss will give you the Ophidian Predator reptile skin when you beat him. So you can see that skin there. So pretty cool. And then, okay, so for beating the very last boss of this map, and basically, you know, the final invasion boss of this invasion mode, it's going to be Perfect Melina here. And you can see she's right at the top. So once you beat this boss, you're going to get the Crazed Glutton Melina skin, which I'll put up on the screen for you guys so you can see. So beat her, you'll get that skin for free, which is pretty cool. The next one, okay, so the portal for this map, once you get sucked into the portal, you'll get a few chests. One of them will give you the Avaricious Combatant Cyrax skin, which I've gone ahead and put up on the screen for you guys. Again, I cannot go back into a portal once I've already gone in and gotten everything, so I'm just going to show you what's in the portal. Just make your way through the map and you should get sucked into it just naturally. And then the last two important chests for this map and for the invasion is going to be up on the fourth floor. So again, oh, another ambush. I figured we'd get ambushed one more time before I got to finish this up. There we go.
Wins.
Alrighty. Sorry about that. So I'll just go actually use these herbs on Li Mei. There we go. So yeah, as I was saying, to access the fourth floor, you have to have beaten the final invasion boss first, which, I mean, she's right across from this floor, so you can actually beat her and go straight up here if you wanted to. But usually you would see a pink barrier here. So once you've beaten the final invasion boss of this map, you'll get a key item. You can come back here, you can break the barrier, and then you can make your way up to the fourth floor. So the first one I'm going to show you is going to be down here. And we're going to go down here and around. There we go. So bottom left of the fourth floor. And in this chest, you will get the Icy Veracity Sub-Zero palette, which I will put on the screen. You guys can see. So pretty cool. And then the last one you can get here, I've actually already shown you guys this, but I will show you again because I'm sure there are some people who skipped that section of the video. We're going to go up here, we're going to go to the right, and we're going to go up here. So to access this chest, you're going to have to solve this clue first. Again, Kombat, which spells out compacted when you unscramble the letters. So this is going to be Cameo Sector's fatality, his compactor fatality. So go ahead and equip Cameo Sector, do the fatality with him. That'll break this barrier and give you access to this chest, which will give you the Mulholland Wolf Johnny Cage skin, which you guys can see right there. So that's basically it. That is it for the important treasures for invasion mode. Again, when I say important treasures, I'm literally just talking about treasures that will guaranteed give cosmetic items, either skins, palettes, or gear, to everybody. Those are what I consider to be important treasures. New players, again, I said this at the beginning, but just remember, new players, you're going to want to open probably as many chests as you can. Do everything. Oh, go, you know, do all the stages, open all the chests that you can, even the ones I didn't show here, because you'll probably be getting items that we've already gotten. Veteran players or people who have already beaten the previous seasons, we would have already gotten them from previous seasons. This is a repeat of season 4, so there's going to be a lot of chests that'll probably not give me anything, but will give new players who didn't originally do season 4, it'll still give you guys things. So this is, again, just for, you know, guaranteed items that will be giving cosmetics to both new players and players who have already gotten everything. These are all new items, and these are the treasure chests that will give you those. It's also, again, a guide to tell you which chests to open first. If you don't want to have to grind for all of the ornate keys, then just open these treasures first, and these are the ones that will guaranteed give you some pretty cool stuff. So that's about it in terms of important treasures. I'm going to move on to shops next, so we're going to go back to the invasion map. Okay, so every map in invasion mode has certain shops inside the map. Now, there's basic shops and there's special shops. I'll get into special shops afterwards. There's a reason they're special. I'll explain afterwards why that is. Basic shops are split into Talisman component shops, Talisman catalyst shops, and elemental buff consumable shops. So right now we're on Rampart. If I go ahead and speak to this guy. So here we can see, so this is the Talisman component shop. Now, component shops buff talismans. Catalyst shops create talismans. They help create talismans. They give special attributes to talismans if you're creating talismans from scratch. And then elemental buff consumables are exactly that. Each map has a different shop for a different element. So for example, if you're looking for blood element buffs for elemental resistance to blood attacks or to increase blood damage, elemental damage, you can access whichever map has the blood elemental buffs. They're usually like it's set up randomly when the season first starts, but they'll always stay the same. So for example, Rampart has this season blood buffs. The Sundo Festival vendor for elemental buffs has electric and magic. Tarkatan Colony elemental buff vendor has chaos buffs. The Fire Temple buff vendor has dark and ice buffs. The Living Forest buff vendor has energy and fire buffs. And the Shang Tsung's Laboratory vendor for buffs has acid buffs. So if you're looking for a specific element that you either want to use an item to become more resistant to for a single fight, or you want to increase your damage of your character's element for a specific fight, you can buy those items and you can use those. Those are one-time use items. They're not permanent buffs. You'll use the item, and then when you go into a stage and do a fight, it'll give you those buffs for the fight. If it's a tower, it'll give you the buff for the entire tower or until you lose and have to restart the tower, and then you'll have to use a buff again if you want to keep that buff. So for elemental buffs, again, there's a vendor on each map for elemental buffs. So this one, yeah, here we go. So for, again, Rampart, it's blood buffs. So you can see here, so every map will have one of these vendors, and each vendor has a different element. Now, for all of these shops, their stock refreshes, or restocks, I should say, every hour. Some of these items you'll see in the corner, not for this one, but for some of these shops in the corner, it'll say ×2, ×3, whatever. It means you can only buy that many an hour. So at the top there, you can see stock refreshes in 5 minutes, 30 seconds. So if I were to buy out a certain amount of items, then when his stock refreshes, I would be able to come back and buy some more. But for limited items, for example, potions, whatever, if you buy 3, you're going to have to wait for his stock to refresh before you can buy some more, because you can only buy 3 at a time. So just giving you guys heads up about that. So for talisman component shops and talisman catalyst shops, again, these are good for buffing talismans or creating talismans. And I'm not going to get into talisman creation for a few reasons, and I'll explain that when we talk about talismans in the talisman chapter. But these are good if you're trying to do something specific with a talisman, if you want to add charges to a talisman or increase its level, or you know, pretty much anything, add damage or whatever to a talisman. These are the kind of items you would want to purchase to do that. So for example, if I go over to him, so he has, you can buy, first of all, an empty talisman. These are what you would use if you're trying to create your own talisman from scratch, using Katalysts and things like that to create like a specific type of talisman. If you want like a meteor talisman, you can create that using these items. But these here, so you can see, adds hits of armor to talisman activation, makes the talisman's projectiles faster. Now, you won't always be able to use these items on certain talismans. Some of them, some talismans, their effects are locked towards certain buffs. So like, for example, I don't know, let's say making projectiles bigger. Some talismans you can't make the projectile bigger. So you won't actually, it'll just be locked. You won't even be able to use this buff. But if you want these buffs, you can buy them from these shops. And again, you can see at the bottom there, I can only buy 5 at a time. But when the stock refreshes, so I can buy 5 now, wait for the stock to refresh in 3.5 minutes, come back and I can buy 5 more. These cost crowns to purchase, and crowns I'll get into later on, how to grind for crowns if you guys need crowns for things. But yeah, so basically each map either has a component shop or a catalyst shop. Rampart, Sundo Festival, and Living Forest all have talisman component shops. So shops where you can buy items to buff talismans. Tarkatan Colony, Fire Temple, and Shang Tsung's Laboratory all have shops that sell talisman catalysts. So these are good for creating talismans. So if you're looking for a specific item, those are the shops to go to. Those are the vendors you can find. And that basically covers like basic shops. Now I'll go over special shops. Now there's a reason these shops are special, and I'm going to show you guys, I'll show you guys these two first. So let's actually, okay, well the first one is actually in this map, funny enough. So this one, okay, you cannot access this shop until after you've beaten the final invasion boss of invasion mode, the Perfect Melina. You need her key item to break the barrier, because you can see this shop is up here, Rampart map in the corner, top left, but it's blocked off by the barrier. Now, if you haven't broken the barrier yet, you'll come up here, you'll see that there's probably going to be a pink barrier there. You need to use the key item you get from beating the final invasion boss of this invasion mode on the last map. Use her key item, break the barrier, you can access this area. This will allow you to access this shop here. Now this is a potion shop. And these shops are great. I use these all the time post-game when I've finished all the invasion stuff and I'm trying to do whatever, seasonal tower, grinding for whatever. So here's where you can buy a bunch of different potions. Now they're split up into different kinds, all different prices. The most expensive one doubles all your stats for the next encounter. All of these potions double a stat for one encounter. So the purple one is the cheapest because it doubles a random stat. So you don't actually get to choose which one it's going to double. So this is why this one's the cheapest. I take huge advantage of the attack potions, the red potions. This doubles your attack stat for the next encounter. And again, if you're using this before a tower, it'll double your attack for the entire tower. Unless you die. If you die and have to retry, you will lose the potion buff. But if you make your way through the entire tower, then each stage will still have the buff until you exit the tower or lose the tower. So when I'm doing seasonal tower runs or something like that, I will buy these red potions and I'll buy as many as I can. You can only buy 3 at a time, except for this one you can buy 5, and this one you can only buy 1. But for the attack potion, I'll buy 3 at a time. And I'll go to wherever I need to go and use these potions, and it makes it a ton easier because doubling your attack, especially if you've grinded, which I'll talk about later, you grinded your stats to increase your attack stat, it makes a massive difference. So these are also really good if you're struggling with certain stages, certain bosses like the invasion boss, let's say the final invasion boss of this invasion season. If you're struggling, even I think Titan battles, I think you can do it as well with Titan battles. So basically any of these battles or stages you might be struggling with, you can use these potions to give you a leg up. This one obviously is the best one because it doubles all of your stats, so health, defense, agility, everything, for one encounter. I find the attack potion to be the best choice for the cost, but if you're looking for just more like on the defense or health, you can do that too. So there's a lot of options here. Potion shop I find to be extremely important. Probably you're going to be using this a lot. It does cost a lot of crowns, but again, I'll get into grinding crowns a little bit later. There's a chapter for that later in the video. So that is the potion shop. Again, you cannot access this shop this season until you've beaten the final invasion boss, because you need to have that key item to be able to get over here and access this shop. So next we will go to Living Forest. And again, this shop is one that you cannot access until after you've beaten the final invasion boss for the same reason. You need to break the barrier first before you can get up here. So down here, right here, you can see there's the unlock gate. For people who haven't broken the barrier yet, there would be like a pink barrier here. So you need to beat the final invasion boss of the invasion mode, Perfect Melina, last map, beat her, get the key item, come back here, break the barrier. Then you can come up here and access this shop. So this shop here, this is the special consumables shop. Now this one, again, when it restocks, it'll restock the same items. These ones, again, you can only buy, 5 or 3 at a time. Other than the translucency field here, which this is the item, funny enough, I was talking about right at the beginning when I said that the final invasion boss of this invasion season, Perfect Melina, if you have one of these, now unfortunately you can't get to this shop until after you've already beaten her because you need her key item, but you'll probably be finding these specific items like as rewards as you're going through invasion maps, so make sure to have one of these on you. This will make the final invasion boss a lot easier. Obviously, yeah, you can't buy it from this shop because you can't access this until afterwards, but you should be probably getting some of these as rewards, so make sure to keep one of these on you. But you can get a bunch of other cool things from this shop, even afterwards. You can get a challenger medallion. I'll be talking about this later. This is really good because if you use this medallion, it will give you, like, if you do a stage, if you use the medallion and then do a stage, if that stage has a secret fight, you will automatically get that secret fight after you've beaten the stage. If the stage doesn't have a secret fight, you won't get it, obviously, but you also won't use up the Challenger Medallion. I think the only time you use up the Challenger Medallion, even if it's activated, is if you've either lost the fight and then it gets used up, or if you actually do get a secret fight, also that will use it up. But if you do a stage having used this item and then it doesn't have a secret fight at the end, but you won the fight, you get to keep the item and you can just keep doing stages until you get a secret fight, which is good for the trophy later, but I'll talk about that later on. So other items here, again, you have like this this revival resurrects you back to 100% health one time for the next encounter. Critical hit chance is doubled, things like that. So this this shop here has some pretty good items. They're expensive. I don't use this shop a lot unless I'm desperate and I kind of need one of these things to test something or try something out. I tend not to buy these items because I find the crowns are better spent elsewhere, but it's still good to have access to. So for those of you looking for a specific consumable, or if you need help with something and you don't mind blowing a bunch of crowns, you can come here and you can spend on that shop. The last shop is going to be one that you don't actually have to beat the final invasion boss first, but I saved this for last because this is the most important one, I find. So we're going to go to the Tarkatan colony. Now this shop, again, it's really cool they give you this shop so early. This shop is literally right at the beginning of the map. And we're going to go fast travel. So the map starts on the left. So you're going to come up here, and literally right near the entrance is this shop. This shop, this is the special talisman and relic shop. Now the reason this shop is special, and one of the reasons this shop is my favorite shop, it has been in previous seasons since they've added it. I find this shop to be super important. So what it will do is this shop, when it refreshes its stock, it actually changes its stock. So you have to keep an eye on it. It refreshes every hour. You want to make sure to come in here if you're looking for a specific type of talisman or a specific relic, because as I go down here, you can see, so all the talismans here, and they get more expensive, but they also get stronger. And then the shop will also sell 4 relics that also get more expensive, but usually have better buffs. And the reason the shop is so good is because you can pretty much get any talisman, any relic from this shop. Actually, let me correct myself. Talismans, usually the talismans that you can get from this shop relate to the talismans that you can find in the invasion maps. So I was finding a lot of like, Puggles. I found a God Blast talisman, things like that, Acid Totem talisman. So I find this shop leans more towards those. So you'll more likely find talismans in this shop that you can find similar ones in the invasion maps, but the buffs and things will be different. So it's always good to go here if you're looking for like a specific type of talisman. I mean, look at this one here. So it's 4,000 crowns, but this gives you 88% of your health back on activation. It's got 7 charges, and it also gives you 9 hits of armor and pushes the enemy on activation. So things like this, it's good to, if you're looking for like a support talisman, you can go here and look for one that has a lot of charges, maybe a lot of recharges, and gives you health and meter and stuff like that. You can probably find a really good support talisman. I found one that I picked up. It only cost me, I think, 2,500 crowns, but it basically gives me all my health and meter back every time I use it, and it's got like 8 charges. So this is a really good shop for things like that. And the relics that you can get, the relics actually are pulled from like the entire pool from what I can tell. You can get all these really good relics, especially the ones that cost 10,000 crowns. I know that's a lot of crowns, but you can get some of the best relics from this shop if you can't find them other places. Now, luckily, 2 of the best relics you can find in other places this season, which I will mention later on in the video. But this shop still, if you don't want to mess around with that, you can come back to the shop every hour. It'll refresh its stock with new items, new relics, new talismans. and you might be able to get the Invincible Relic. Well, I know you can get the Invincible Relic. I can guarantee you that because I've already gotten it from the shop earlier. But you can get it somewhere else, which I'll mention that later too. But you can get, you know, relics that will disable damage scaling. For example, this one here, your combos no longer scale damage, which is really good because it means that every hit does max damage, no matter how long the combo is. So things like this, really important. So I would definitely come here and check this out. This is probably the best and fastest way to get good talismans and good relics if you don't want to screw around with creating your own talismans or trying to find relics in chests or from as rewards from towers and things like that. So this shop, again, really cool that they let you access this pretty much right away. It's right at the entrance of the Tarkatan colony map. We can see here, right on the left there. So again, really cool. They let you access this. And yeah, you can basically just start the map, come straight here and access that shop and kind of see what it has. In terms of crowns to actually buy things, I will be mentioning that later on. There's a chapter for grinding crowns because I know that's important. So yeah, you guys can go ahead and do that. One last shop I'm going to show real quick. This is kind of a special shop. It's in the Towers of Time. So let's go to the Towers of Time. So Towers of Time, you can see at the bottom left there it says shop and forge. So this whole map has basically just a free access shop and forge. The shop sells a little bit of everything. So you're going to get some relics here that you can access. You're going to get some consumables that you can access, some catalysts and components for your talismans, and you'll get a blank talisman. So the reason the Towers of Time shop is good is because you can come here once an hour, and this is another shop where the entire stock changes when it refreshes every hour. So you can come here and you can just check out what it has. If it doesn't have anything you want, come back in an hour or whenever it refreshes, and it'll have brand new items, maybe some more useful ones. I've seen some pretty good items in here before, some pretty unique relics and things like that. So again, one of those shops where it's very cool to check out every once in a while, just if you're looking for something specific or you haven't really put together your favorite relic combo or something like that yet, you can come here and see what it has. So that's basically it for shops. And next I'll move on to talismans. Okay, so talismans, now I've said this in previous seasons, talismans I don't find to be as important anymore. I feel like they lost their importancy a long time ago, quite a few seasons ago, because they basically nerfed talismans into the ground. I know for a while a lot of people still worked pretty hard creating their own talismans, but I really don't feel like it's worth it anymore because they've added ways now to grind herbs, which give you permanent stat buffs for whichever character you use them on. And that permanent buff becomes much more important than the time spent grinding for items, components, catalysts to create really strong talismans, especially since you need you know, items like dragon blood and stuff like that to stop them from breaking when you're upgrading them and stuff like that. So I really don't think talismans are that important. But having said that, I always like to show some free talismans. Again, I don't get into creating talismans because that's its whole own thing, and it's going to be very personal, a very personal experience for everyone, because not everybody's going to have the same amount of crowns, same components and all that at their disposal. So I don't get into creating talismans. I'm sorry if that upsets anybody. But again, I really don't think it's worth it, just baseline. But I do like to let you guys know if there's any free talismans you can get either from chests or as rewards from stages that can help you do, you know, basically just like support you in certain fights that you can just use as a bonus to get through fights quicker. So this season, the one that I'm choosing to be Probably the most useful that you can get for free. You cannot get it until after you've already beaten the final invasion boss, so it won't be useful for invasion mode itself, but it'll be useful for things like the seasonal tower or grinding any other towers in the Tower of Time to get through them faster. So what you want to do is first you want to beat the final invasion boss, then you'll get the key items so you can break the barriers. I've been over that a few times. You will then come to the Rampart map, and you can see here we're in the top left. I'm right in front of a shop, so if you've accessed the shop you can just fast travel here, but it's past one of the barriers you have to break with the key item. So you would make your way all the way around, all the way up, and come around here where the shop is. Over here is a level 34 Dark Khanum Melina mini boss. This is a 2-round boss fight, and this fight will give you the level 30 Mileeshoo talisman. So like Cashew but Melina, Mileeshoo. And you can see here, I actually used it earlier for one of the ambushes that I got caught into. The reason I like this one, now it only has 1 charge, but you can upgrade it. I did check, you can upgrade this talisman if you want to. You can add more charges, more damage, you can add healing, you can customize it. But it starts off, it has 1 charge, it does plus 3,000 damage, and how this talisman works is that it calls a cashew in, those little squirrels that are riding the Roombas. It'll come in, and every time you attack, it'll shoot a projectile. It'll shoot, I think, one of Melina's Psy projectiles. And those projectiles, they have pretty good tracking, and they also do a pretty good amount of damage. And Mileeshoo will stick around for a while. If you use it at the end of a round, it'll stay across rounds. It doesn't last forever, and I'm pretty sure it can take damage and eventually disappear if it gets hit too much, so you want to keep an eye on that. But again, if you upgrade it with like extra charges, increase the time that it's active, things like that, you can do that. Let me go into this fight real quick, and I will show you guys what it looks like and how it works. So I just want to make sure. Okay, so we're going to go into this fight. I'll use the talisman right off the bat, and we'll call him in. So you can see every time I attack, it's going to shoot a projectile. Or not every time, but pretty close to every time. So if I just keep punching, you can see it's doing, and it does pretty good damage. I mean, this is a level 34 enemy, 4 levels above me. And it sticks around between rounds, although now it disappeared because time ran out.
Injustice won't prevail.
Brutality. Li Mei wins.
So, by beating this fight, funny enough, the one I was using to show off the talisman, by beating this fight, you'll get the talisman. So you'll get it for free. Again, I know it sucks that you can't use this talisman throughout invasion mode as you're going through the actual maps to, get all the stuff, but I do find it's the best free talisman you can get in terms of support and damage, especially because you can upgrade it. And again, I did check to make sure you can add charges and recharges and healing. There's certain buffs, obviously, you can't add to it, but you can actually customize it quite a bit. Now, on the topic of customizing talismans, for people who are new to the game, you can go to any forge, and the fastest one to go to, I mean, if you go to, let's say, the Towers of Time, if you don't want to find the forge in the other maps, you can just go to the Towers of Time, press R2. You can recharge a talisman with extra charges, or you can upgrade it. And let's, for example, choose Mileeshoo. So if I wanted to, and I mean, look, this is the only buff that I have right now that's incompatible, so improves healing, but I can add damage if I wanted to. I can add the ability to recover health, so when I call him in, I get some health back. You can make him last longer if you want to. You can regain charges faster. And then here we have Dragon Blood. So basically on the right side there you see power. And right now the bar is full and the chance of success is none. What that means is that if I try to upgrade this talisman right now, guaranteed it'll break. I'm just going to lose the talisman. You do not want to do that, especially for talismans like this where they're kind of special. What you want to do is, and let me show you, if I add some damage. So Dragon Blood and Dragon Scales are an item that allow you to increase the chance of success for a talisman. So if I put this in, you can see as I'm putting in the Dragon Blood, the bar is going down and the chance of success is going up. Now it's still low. You don't want to do it when it's low. To be fair, you don't want to do any upgrades until it says guaranteed. So pretty much the bar is at the bottom and you have a guaranteed chance that it will not break when you do it. If there's even a low chance that it's gonna break, you don't want to do it because you're probably gonna get screwed over. So that is how forging works. And one thing I should mention is that for certain talismans, like for this one, for example, it's already level 30. So we can see it's a level 30 talisman. Level 30 talismans are already naturally harder to break. So what you want to do before you do any upgrading and adding Dragon Blood or Dragon Scales to make sure that it doesn't break is you want to increase the level of the talisman to level 30 if it's not level 30 already. To do that, you need to add sand crystal components to the forging process. Sand crystals are items that you can buy from the vendors at the Tarkatan colony and Shang Tsung's laboratory. There's like a talisman buff vendors there and catalyst vendors. You can buy sand crystals from them. So you can buy some from them, make sure that you upgrade the talisman to level 30 first, and then add things like Dragon Blood and that kind of thing to then give you the best chance to not lose your talisman when you're upgrading it. On the topic of Dragon Blood and Dragon Scales, so Dragon Blood, you guys saw I had some already. Dragon Blood, you can get one guaranteed every time you do a seasonal tower. Now the seasonal tower obviously gets harder every time you do it. I'll explain all that later, but it will give you a guaranteed Dragon Blood every time you beat it. So that's a really easy way, quote unquote easy, but a very consistent way to get Dragon Blood. So if you're trying to upgrade a talisman, that's a good way to get Dragon Blood. Dragon Scales are much better. I think one Dragon Scale will give you a guaranteed chance. I could be wrong about that, but it's a much better, much stronger item than a Dragon Blood. But Dragon Scales, unfortunately, they're extremely rare drops, and I don't have a guaranteed way to farm them. If anyone does, feel free to add that to the comments. I'd be happy to hear about it. I haven't found a guaranteed way to grind Dragon Scales, so for now the best way to do it is to do seasonal tower runs, get Dragon Blood, and make sure that you do, because it takes so long to get Dragon Blood and things like that and all the other items. My advice if you're trying to upgrade a talisman is make sure you only have to upgrade it once. So if you want to add a certain amount of charges, a certain amount of damage, healing, whatever, make sure you have all the items to do exactly what you want first, so that you're not doing like small multiple upgrades. You just want to do one big upgrade, use the Dragon Blood to make it guaranteed. That's the best way to do it. So yeah, in terms of talismans, for this season, that's my advice. Again, the Mileeshoo talisman, I know it's only one charge and it doesn't last very long, but it's a really good support talisman, especially if you have a relic that disables damage scaling, because as it hits while you're doing combos, obviously it won't affect your damage. It'll just kind of add to it. And again, you can upgrade it if you want to. Go ahead and add charges and stuff to it. Just make sure you don't break it, because if you do, I can't guarantee you're going to be able to get another one. So that's basically it for talismans. Next we'll move on to relics, and I'll start off just quickly explaining boss relics. So let's go to Rampart again. Now, I'm going to start off with boss relics, because I think boss relics are just kind of like a fun thing that I never really take like huge advantage of, but I just think they're kind of cool. So boss relics are special relics that you can get from certain ways. Mini bosses and bosses, as you're going through Invasion, usually drop a boss relic, and I've also seen that you can get boss relics as Towers of Time challenge awards. So I'll explain those later, but basically in the Towers of Time there's like certain challenges you can do. Some of those will give you a boss relic if you do them. They might drop too as like actual tower rewards, but I can't vouch for that. But the easiest way to get them is to go through Invasion mode. You'll get some as you're going through and beating like the mini bosses and the bosses. So let me really quickly, I'll show you what they look like. They're always at the bottom of the list here. So here we have basically these boss relics. Now these are character specific relics. They cannot be equipped to everybody because the effects they have are very unique and very specific to certain characters. So here, if I go down to the one for Shang Tsung, this is the Better You relic. It basically increases Form Stealer's damage bonus to 300% and enables the selection of classic ninja moves, which I think is really cool. You can also see the one for General Shao increases the duration of damage of the dark energy buff and enables shoulder charge. So a lot of these relics will give you like extra moves, which is really cool. This one, Scream, is unblockable and the Inspire buff duration effect increased by 100%. The one for Reptile, invisibility duration is doubled, and while invisible your enhanced special moves cost no super meter. So things like that. This one enables Spinning Spear for Raiko. There's some really cool things here. None of these relics, I will say, are so good that I would switch out of Li Mei and choose one of the characters that uses these relics and stick with them. I've never found any of these relics to be that strong, even though, for example, like the Sub-Zero one that you were able to get last season allowed you to do a move that basically instant killed anyone other than a boss. It would do like an instant brutality if you charged it long enough. But because usually these gimmicks are kind of like the charge took a really long time, right? It's kind of gimmicky. And so I don't find them to be better than just, you know, really balanced, strong relics that you can just kind of find everywhere else and maybe aren't specific to certain characters. But let me go ahead, I'll show you guys how these boss relics work. So if I can't equip this to Li Mei, you see the requirements are Shang Tsung. So let's go ahead and equip Shang Tsung here.
Shang Tsung.
And we're going to give him the relic. There we go. And do I have any healing talismans? Yeah, we'll give him this one just to be careful. So I'll show you how these work. So this one enables classic ninja moves. And if we go into the stage,
Fire.
now you want to wait until after the fight starts. If you open up the move list before you're able to control your character, they might have fixed this, I don't know, but before you weren't able to actually see the new moves that were added with the relic. So you want to wait until you can move, then open up your move list, go to the bottom of the special move list, and now we're going to see we have equipped special moves. So we have Rain God, we have Spear, we have Smoke Port. So these were all moves that were just added with the relic that we just equipped. And let's go ahead and see what some of these look like. So there, you can see it was pretty cool.
Shang Tsung wins.
We had access to a bunch of classic ninja moves. So if you're a Shang Tsung main and you've already buffed Shang Tsung, he's your main character you're using through invasion mode. That's the kind of thing where that would be really cool to have equipped to him, right? Because you'd have extra moves. You can probably work it into bigger, cooler combos that maybe weren't meant to be there initially, or be possible initially. So all those boss relics, it's really cool because you can do kind of fun things like that. So it's worth checking out. You'll get them again. You get them from doing the mini boss fights, and the boss fights, they usually drop a relic associated with whoever you beat. So if you beat Melina, you will get like a Melina based relic that can only be equipped to her and kind of gives her buffs and stuff like that. So I wanted to cover boss relics because I just think it's a fun little thing. Maybe some people will miss or not really take advantage of. And yeah, so that in terms of relics, those are the boss relics, and that's how they work. Now we're going to go over like actually just regular relics and relics that we can find that can be equipped to everybody. Relics that I find are going to be really useful that you can get from the invasion maps themselves. I've already shown you guys the special invasion, the special talisman and relic shop, the one that's in Tarkatan Colony. You can buy really good relics from there with crowns. But if you want to just get some of these really good relics for free, there's two you can get this season that are really good. The first one is the 0 to Death relic, which, let me go back to Li Mei here.
Li Mei.
So I've already got it equipped to her. So this is the 0 to Death relic. This has actually become pretty much my favorite relic, even more so than other strong relics like the Invincible relic and stuff. The reason I like this relic so much is because your combos no longer scale damage. You start the fight with full meter. It doesn't really have any downsides other than you don't earn Invasions XP. Now, when it's saying Invasions XP, it's not talking about character XP. It's not talking about, you know, the XP that goes towards fighter mastery and cameo mastery. It's talking about strictly Invasions XP. So if you're already level 30, which to be fair, you should be by the time I'll show you how to get this for free. If you're already invasion level 30, it doesn't matter if you don't earn Invasions XP anymore because you can't go above level 30. Level 30 is max for the season. So I would say before equipping this relic, make sure you're level 30 first, because otherwise you're going to kind of stunt yourself. But you should probably already be level 30 anyway. And once you're level 30, again, that not earning Invasions XP, it doesn't matter. But this relic is really good because, again, turning off damage scaling means that every hit you do in a combo is doing full damage. Damage scaling is something that's built into the game where as the combo goes longer on, like using, for example, if you're using Sub-Zero and you're freezing the enemy during the combo and stuff like that, it's going to increase the damage scaling so that each subsequent hit will be weaker. By turning damage scaling off, it doesn't matter what you do during the combo, every hit will always do as much damage as if it was the very first hit, which is pretty ridiculous, and it's one of the reasons I can do so much damage off of you know, simple combos, basically taking off a full health bar from an enemy just by doing like a long string. So I find this coupled with, like, again, a good support damage talisman like the Mileeshoo, and especially like an attack potion to boost your attack even more. This is a really good combo to do a ton of damage really quickly, and it's become my favorite for getting through things like the seasonal tower, grinding the hourly tower, whatever. So this is the first one I think is really good. I'll show you guys how to get it for free. You can't get it until after you've already beaten the final invasion boss because you need the item to break the barrier. You need the key item from her to break the barrier to get here, but you're going to want to go to Shang Tsung's laboratory. And we're already on the 4th floor. I'll actually just really quickly, I'll just go to since it's close. So here's where you would have to go. This is the 3rd floor, the shop. This is where you would see a gate. It's like a pink gate, usually. You would break this gate or barrier with the key item you get from the final invasion boss of this map, which is Perfect Melina. Then you'd be able to make your way up here. And the chest that has the relic is at the top left there. So we're going to go over here. and then down here. And I think, yeah, okay. So we're gonna go this way and over here. So this chest here, and let me just, again, I'll open up the map. So this is the 4th floor of Shang Tsung's laboratory. This chest will give you the 0 to death relic. This one here. So that's the first relic I think is really good. Again, I know it's unfortunate you can't get it until after you've beaten the invasion modes, but it's still really good for anything else you have to do throughout the season, whether it be seasonal tower or grinding for character XP and currency, that kind of thing. It's just overall really good. It really increases your damage without any real downsides. So that's my first choice. The next one will be the Invincible Relic. Now, the Invincible Relic is famous for a lot of reasons. Unfortunately, it has been nerfed, and I'll get into that in just a second. But the Invincible Relic basically allows you to get almost guaranteed flawless victories, which is really important if you want to grind character mastery and currency, because by getting flawless victories you get better XP and currency rewards from fights. I've already shown the special Talisman and Relic shop, which is located in Tarkatan Colony. You can buy an Invincible Relic from that shop. I've already done it. And then I got another one from a chest, which I'll show you guys just in a minute. I'll show you guys what the relic looks like. So this is the Invincible Relic. And you can see it's got a lot going on. You start the fight at critical health, which is bad. But while in critical health, your super meter regenerates really quickly. And all damage that you take goes to your super meter first. Blocking generates additional super meter. So by blocking attacks, it recharges even faster. And you start the fight with full super meter. So the way this relic works is because you're in critical health, your super meter just constantly is recharging really fast. So every time you take a hit, your super meter, the damage will come off your super meter, but then your super meter will recharge pretty much instantly. Although I say that it's been nerfed a little bit, and I'll get into that in just a second, but generally, your super meter will recharge very quickly, basically making you invincible. The only way you can really die is if you take so much damage in such a short amount of time that it wipes out your super meter, because once your super meter is wiped out, you will take damage to your health meter. And because you're in critical health, pretty much any hit will kill you. The other thing is that in rounds or fights that have multiple rounds, let's say a 2-round fight, in the second round, you'll get your health back. So by getting your health back, you'll no longer be in critical health. And because you're not in critical health, your super meter will stop recharging automatically. Everything else about this relic still counts. So you'll still be able to block and get meter back. You will, all damage will still be taken off your super meter before your health bar. So during multi-round fights, it basically just acts like a second health bar. But that is one of the downsides, is that it doesn't, because of multi-round fights, you get your health back between rounds. You're going to lose the ability to recharge your super meter automatically unless you go back into critical health, which is, again, it's a very slim chance, because I think critical health is defined as literally just like 1% health. So you're probably going to die before you get back there anyway. But it's the bonuses still outweigh, like the pros still outweigh the cons, even in multi-round fights. And obviously the only other thing you want to look out for is that you don't use any moves that will use up your meter too quickly. So you don't want to use too many enhanced special moves or breakers or anything that would put you at risk by using up your meter faster. You basically just want to have regular fights and then just enjoy the flawless victory at the end and the extra bonuses. Having said all that, I will show you guys where to get a free Invincible Relic, and then I'll explain afterwards, because I did say it was kind of nerfed. I'll explain that and I'll show you guys how the Invincible Relic works. So let me show you really quickly where to get a free Invincible Relic if you don't want to wait and try to buy one from that special Talisman and Relic shop. So we're going to go to the Tarkatan Colony. And again, this unfortunately can only be accessed after you've beaten the final invasion boss of the full invasion season. So Perfect Melina on the last map. You'll get the key item. You need her key item to break the barrier to access this area. So we're going to go over here. And here's where the barrier would be. I've already broken it. You guys will probably see like a pink barrier. You use the key item that you get from the final invasion boss to break the barrier, and then you can come up here. Now, I've already been up here before, earlier in the video, because you can get like a special, I think, sector palette, cameo sector palette from here. But if you keep going, so this chest here, this one will give you a free Invincible Relic. So usually, if you're waiting to buy the Invincible Relic from that special Talisman and Relic shop, first of all, you never know when it's going to show up because the stock refreshes randomly every hour. But even when it does show up, it's going to cost 10,000 crowns. So if you want a free one, you can beat invasion mode, come over here, open this chest, you'll get a free Invincible Relic. Let me just really quickly, so then I'll mention the nerfs previously in like other seasons, except for last season. This started last season. Seasons before last season, the Invincible Relic was really good in the sense that it really did almost make you invincible, because no matter what, your super meter would charge really quickly, to the point where you basically just could take as many hits as you wanted in succession and you'd be fine, even against high level enemies. If you did have trouble against certain enemies, you were able to buff your defense and health stat to kind of compensate for that, and it would scale with the Invincible Relic so that your super meter would take less damage from attacks. Now I'm seeing that it almost seems like there's like a set nerf against higher level opponents. If you're fighting against an opponent that is higher than invasion level 30, they do a lot more damage to the super meter. What that means is that the super meter is going to drain faster, it's not going to recharge as quickly, and you're at more risk of dying from like a rogue modifier, like a stage modifier, or if you get hit with like a longer combo. It makes it a lot harder to survive against stronger enemies. That's something I've only noticed last season and this season with the Invincible Relic. Even though I've done everything the same, my defense and health stats are still very high. I have noticed that the Invincible Relic against higher level enemies just is not as good. That's another reason I'm suggesting that basically you try to use the 0 to death relic instead. Get used to using that one, because that one just gives a pure positive boost. You don't really have to worry about using the Invincible Relic and dying. Although I will say the Invincible Relic is still really good in the sense that if you are trying to get, or if you're trying to grind for character mastery and currency, it's still really good because it's still against same level enemies, or enemies that are just slightly higher than you, but like you don't have to worry about really the stage modifiers. You can still do a very good job of getting, flawless victories. It still makes it much, much easier to get flawless victories and things like that, so that you can get that extra bonus to your character experience and currency when you're doing those fights. So I'm going to quickly just show how it works. I've already explained it, but I'll really quickly just equip it here. And let's go to Rampart, and I will show you guys how this works. Okay, this is actually a good spot. Hold on. Okay, so we're gonna fight this this level 4 General Shao. So you're going to see I'm going to be starting off in critical health, but any damage I take will not be taken off my health bar. So I can take as many hits as I want. And you can see my super meter is the one taking the damage, but it recharges instantly because this is a lower level opponent. Now, against a higher level opponent, it's not going to recharge as quickly, which is why I feel it's not as useful anymore. But we can go ahead now. We'll finish this round. So now you're going to see I'm going to get my health back because it's a new round. And my super meter is not going to recharge anymore because I'm no longer in critical health. But the damage is still coming off my super meter, so it kind of acts like a second health bar, which is really good.
Finish him.
Now, we're still going to get a flawless victory.
Li Mei wins. Flawless victory.
We still got a flawless victory because throughout that whole match, even though I started in critical health, the opponent never actually took any health off my health bar. It was just naturally gone. Unless you take any health off your health bar, it still counts as a flawless victory. So that's why this relic is really good if you're trying to get flawless victories by grinding and stuff. And we can... I mean, the bonuses here were kind of awful because it was such like a low level opponent compared to what I am. But the other basically is relating, because there it says other 24, 16, 8. That's basically just talking about the flawless victory that we just got. So when you're grinding, and I'll show later the best area I think you can grind once you're level 30. Getting those flawless victories with the Invincible relic will give you that little bit extra, which adds up really, really quickly. So the Invincible relic is still really good when you're trying to grind. And, you know, I would still suggest getting it and keeping it on you for, you know, reasons like that. But when it comes to things like the seasonal tower, when, you know, the level difference is going to start getting, you know, very wide in favor of the opponents and stuff like that, I would say the Invincible relic is probably going to be more dangerous to use, because you're more likely going to be one-shotted by stage modifiers and things like that, that you won't really be able to balance out by upgrading your stats. So I'm just letting you know that it has been nerfed a little bit, but it's still really good for what I've always used it for, which is basically just grinding. So again, that's how the Invincible relic works. That's how you can get a free one. And that's how you're going to be able to kind of get ahead if you're a newer player, especially, and you're trying to grind and get your mastery levels for your fighters and cameos. The last thing I'm going to cover in terms of relics is, you can see here, let me go over here real quick. So you can see the requirements for the Invincible relic are 15 special stats and 25 health stat. What it's talking about is this here. So your actual character stats. So you need at least 25 health and 15 special. If you don't have that, you will not be able to equip the relic. So let's say you've gone through invasion mode and you've put every single stat into attack, and the character that you've been using up until then, for whatever reason, doesn't have at least 15 stats in special and 25 in health, you won't be able to equip this. And obviously you can't boost your stats without using herbs and stuff because you've already allocated your stats. So what you can do to bypass this is you can reallocate your stat points. To do that, you're going to go to the Wuxi Academy. And over here, there's a vendor. He sells special items. You're going to want to buy a white and then Record. This refunds all of your allocated stat points. Now, it's only the allocated stat points that get refunded. So anything you've been given from herbs or anything like that, it's not going to be refunded. Those will stay where they are. It's only going to give you back the stat points that you gained from invasion levels and that you allocated yourself. this item only works on whoever you're controlling at the time. So make sure if you're trying to, like, if I wanted to reallocate the stats for Reptile, for example, I would have to go into my character select here and switch to Reptile before I use that item. Because if I use it right now, it would refund the stat points for Li Mei, not Reptile. So it doesn't work for everybody at the same time. So make sure to keep that in mind before you use it. You can see there it costs, I think, 4,000 crowns. So if you need to get one, I can show you later on. I'll be explaining how to grind for crowns. So I'll be explaining that. You guys can, you know, put that to good use. But that's how you reallocate your stat points. So if you need extra stat points allocated to certain stats to equip something like the Invincible Relic, then that's what you would do. You would buy a white NN record, get your allocated stat points back, reallocate them so that you got at least 15 special and 25 health, and then you can put the rest wherever you want. The 0 to Death Relic needs 25 special as well. This one was 15 special, 25 health. 0 to Death needs 25 special. So those are the two relics I find to be the most important that you can get for free from this season. And that's how you reallocate your stats if you need to, for whatever reason, to take advantage of them. Speaking of stats, we're almost done with the with most of the talking points, but the next thing I'm going to go over is full herb stages and full booster stages. These are stages that will give you permanent boosts to certain stats. So let's go back to the map select here. And we're going to go back to Rampart. So again, let me just let you guys know, these stages here, the full herb stages and the full booster stages that we will be taking advantage of, these can only be accessed after you've beaten the final invasion boss. It's another one of those areas and stages you can only get to with the final key item from the final invasion boss. So you're gonna have to beat Perfect Melina on the last map first. That's because these stages that we're going to be checking out, they will, like I said before, permanently boost your character's stats. So this is more of like an end game thing for the invasion mode. It'll be very useful for when you go and have to do the seasonal tower or even just regular grinding. So now that we're in Rampart, let's go. I'll take the shop to get to the upper area again, past the barrier, because it's just faster that way. And we're going to go up here. Here we go. So here's the first one. There's two types. This is for the full herbs. I'll get into the full booster stages after this. So for full herbs, there's two types of stage. There's the Fatal Combat stage and there's the Animal Combat stage. The difference between them is that Fatal Combat, it's going to ask you at the end of the stage to do a fatality for whichever character you're using, and the Animal Combat stage will be asking you to do an animality instead. I personally prefer the Animal Combat because every character only has one animality, which means that you know, there's no guessing involved, because when you do Fatal Combat, it'll pick one of the two fatalities of that character and ask you to do it, and if you don't do it in time, you'll see the character, the opponent, is getting their health back, and if you don't do it in time, you have to bring their health down again to get another attempt. Also with Animal Combat and animalities, they're all done from mid, whereas with the fatalities and Fatal Combat, you have to, again, act quicker, because maybe you have to be close, maybe you have to be mid, maybe you have to be far away. So personally, I prefer the animalities version, but I'm going to show you the location of this one anyway, the Fatal Combat random. Now, I'll go over basically how all this works. So it starts off, you know, you find the stage. It does cost crowns to attempt. So the Fatal Combat and the Animal Combat both cost 500 crowns to attempt. If you fail and you don't beat the stage, then those crowns are lost. You don't get anything for even just trying to, you know, do the stage. If you complete the stage, you will get a random full herb. And there's also some of these stages, there's another stage that gives you wilted herbs. We don't care about that one because a full herb gives you 5 permanent stat points based on whichever type of herb it is. There's one for each stat. Whereas the wilted herbs only give you 2 stat points. So we don't care about those. We would prefer to just get 5 stat points each time. So those are the ones that I'm showing you guys with this. It's not really 500 crowns though, because when you beat the stage, you will get some crowns back. So you have to keep that in mind. You'll need 500 to start with. You know, obviously if you're planning to do this multiple times, which I would suggest you take maybe like half an hour and actually grind these stages to really power up your character. It doesn't take very long and it makes a huge difference. You're not going to lose as many crowns as you think, because you'll be getting some back. I think you get like roughly 200 back when you complete the stage. So it's definitely stuff to keep in mind. It's not that bad. Now, the thing about these stages, the Fatal Combat and the Animal Combat, is that the opponent and the character it's going to have you play as are random. To be fair, the opponent is usually associated with whichever character it gives you. So if you're playing as, if it makes you play as Baraka, usually Baraka will always be fighting the same person. But the point is, you won't be using always the character that you're controlling on the map. So right now I'm using Li Mei. When I go into Fatal Combat or Animal Combat, I might be controlling Johnny Cage or something. Because of that, and because the stats of those characters still matter, what you're going to want to do, and I know this is annoying, but it's worth it. It's going to make this a lot faster and a lot easier on you. You should go into the character select, and you should go through all the characters, because here's the thing. As you're like gaining levels in Invasion, all of the characters other than the one that you're controlling are also gaining levels, matching the Invasion level. So if I go through the entirety of Invasion mode with Li Mei and get Invasion level 30, all of the other characters will also be leveling up to Invasion level 30. The only thing is though, is that they won't have their stats allocated yet. Because you know how when you get an Invasion level, you have to allocate your stats, unless you chose to do it automatically. I always do it manually. You have to allocate your stats. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to go to each character, select each one. All those stat points they've probably had that haven't been allocated yet because you weren't actually using them, I would put all of those stat points into attack for each one of them. If you want to be safe and make sure they have at least 25 in each stat and then give the rest into attack, you can do that, because that should also kind of keep them safe if you need to go back and like equip a relic or something to them. So I always make sure that each character has 25 at their lowest stat, and then the rest goes into attack. Do that for each character, and that'll mean that when you actually do the Fatal Combat and the Animal Combat, they will have really high attack, and those stages will go by a lot faster, even though they weren't your main Invasion mode character. So go ahead and do that. It'll make a huge difference. Once that's done, like I said, 500 crowns to attempt the stage. They're not hard. And again, if you do the Animal Combat version, which I'll go show you where that is in just a minute, I find it's even easier. For the full herbs, you're going to want to make sure that you use these on the character you're actually controlling, because unlike Invasion levels and stat points that come from Invasion levels, when you are using herbs and boosters and the stat bonuses that come from those, they only get applied to who you're controlling on the map at that time. So right now I'm controlling Li Mei. You can see she's on the map. So if I were to open up my menu and if I had some herbs here or some boosters and use them, the stat bonuses, so increasing, her attack by 5, health by 5, whatever, that would only apply to her. It would not apply to any of the other characters. It's not like Invasion levels where everybody gets a piece of the pie. It's really just for the character you're controlling. So make sure, and to be fair, this goes for any boosters and herbs you find just as you're going through Invasion mode, even if you're not grinding, make sure you're always using them on the character you plan to really use for other things, such as the Seasonal Tower, or for grinding the hourly tower, that kind of thing. So always make sure to do that, because that'll keep that specific character really strong, which is really important. So that's pretty much, I think that covers, for the most part, that covers you know, the mechanics of the whole full herb grinding. I'll go and show you guys where the animal combat is. Just give me 1 second. I'm just gonna make sure here. Yeah, so let's go. We're gonna go to the living forest, and here actually you can see on the map. So this is where the fatal combat is on in the rampart map. So we're on the rampart map right now. It's at the top. It's past the barrier. So again, you need to have the final invasion boss's key item. So Perfect Melina, you have to beat her first, get the key item. You can come over here, and this is where the stage is. So now we're going to go to the living forest. And this is where animal combat is. And so again, this is past the barrier. Both of these, like I said, it's end game invasion stuff. So you have to break the barrier same way as before, beat the final invasion boss, use the key item. And we're going to come up here. And so here's animal combat. And it's, again, the same, pretty much the exact same concept. The only difference is you're doing an animality instead of a fatality, which I prefer, because the animalities are always going to be from mid. The input is always done from mid. And every fighter only has one. So eventually you can even just kind of like memorize, okay, who am I using? Okay, what's their animality? Okay. So it becomes a lot quicker. You don't have to worry about the opponent getting their health back because you're taking too long or anything like that. So I prefer these over the fatal combat. There's no difference in terms of the herbs you're going to get. You can still get all kinds. And you don't get to pick and choose. I want to mention that as well. You don't get to pick what type of herb you want. If you're grinding these stages, just grind them for half an hour and you'll just be getting a lot of random herbs of different types. You'll be getting blue, green, yellow, all that good stuff. So just keep grinding, and randomly you'll see, you know, your stats, usually it's pretty balanced. You will see all of your stats going up. I think for me, the only stat I wasn't getting a lot of herbs for was agility. So you can see my agility is like less than the rest of these, and attack is just naturally going to be bigger for me because that's what I put all of my invasion stat points into. But you can see health, special, and defense, they're all pretty even, and that's pretty much thanks to grinding these stages on top of what I was already doing. And you do get pretty balanced stats from doing that. So so yeah, that's it for the full herbs. Again, this I consider to be much more important than anything else in terms of powering up your characters. It's more important than talismans. Really, it's more important than relics, because relics kind of like, you know, scale their effectiveness based on how strong your character already is, in my opinion, in a lot of ways. So really, this is the best thing to start with when you're trying to get ahead for seasonal tower and other things, is to just grind these stages and use these herbs on your character and get really powerful that way. So while the herbs will boost the stats like attack and health and things like that, the boosters will boost your elemental resistances. And so if I open up my page here and go to stats, so you can see at the bottom, I have all these resistances. So 10% resistance to acid, 12 to blood. My ice resistance is absolutely trash, and that's just a Li Mei thing because she's fire. And you know, because of that, the fire resistance is also really good. So boosters are what will increase that. So eventually you can get to a point where you're, you know, pretty resistant to all elements, which is why I said before, don't worry too much about what when you're choosing a character for invasion. Don't worry too much about elemental resistances and you know, advantages and disadvantages to certain opponents and stages, because by doing things like this, it all balances out anyway. And you're going to end up getting really strong and all that stuff anyway. So it really doesn't matter. Just go with who you play as best is the most important thing. When you're choosing a character for invasion mode, choose your main, choose whoever you're best at for fights. So let me go, I'll show you guys where the full booster stage is. So this is going to be, hold on a second. Right. So we're going to be going to Shang Tsung's laboratory. And let me just show you guys real quick on the map. I always forget to open the map. I'm sorry about that. But so here again, it's past the barrier. It's at the top, in the middle of the stage there, top left. You can see that little square. And that is where you will find animal combat. So let's go to Shang Tsung's laboratory. And we're already on the 4th floor, which is good. Again, let me just repeat, because I know people are skipping ahead sometimes with chapters and stuff. You will need the final invasion boss's key item to get here, because you have to use that to break the barrier to get to the 4th floor and access this area. So make sure that you've gotten that first. And right here is where you'll find the full booster stage. So this is right up in the middle on the 4th floor. And it's major malfunction random. Now, I know some people hate the major malfunction stages. It's basically where it gives you a malfunctioning robot that kind of looks like Smoke and Cyrax and whatnot. And they're all different elements. And you basically have to finish them off with one combo. Because if you don't, they explode and you fail the stage. So these stages, same thing. It still costs crowns to attempt, less than the full herb stages. These ones only cost 250 crowns to attempt. And let me show you real quick how this works. The easiest way to do this is to have as many stat points into attack as you can, because then you don't have to worry really about how long your combo is, or again, your elemental advantage or anything like that. If you put all your stat points into attack, that should just be enough, along with, like, you know, the longest combo you can do to beat these stages without really any issue. If you do need more power, you can equip something like, again, like the 0 to Death Relic, which will remove scaling from your combos, which means that your combos will do even more damage. I've heard you can also use Talismans for these stages to help boost your attack to kind of get things done faster. So there's ways around it if you're really struggling to do enough damage, but I'll show you really quickly. So I've put all of my stat points into attack. I have the 0 to Death Relic, and I'll show you. It's really, like, it's a non-issue, these stages. You can do these so quickly.
Fight. Li Mei wins.
So there we go. Now, obviously I went a little bit extra there, but you could tell the robot was dead within like 3 hits tops. Once you put everything into attack, and especially if you have a relic that removes damage scaling, even though that's not required, these robots, you can finish them off insanely quickly. You don't have to jump through any hoops. You don't have to try to pull your hair out because you're not doing enough damage. It really is mostly just a case of making sure that you have enough stat points put into attack. So you can go back. I have another chapter there for reallocating stat points. If you need to reallocate your stat points, put a little bit more into attack to make these easier, you can do that. And you'll get these boosters. So the boosters, like the herbs, are going to be random. You don't know which elemental booster you're going to get from these stages each time you do it. But then you can go and check it out. And so this, again, permanently grants 5% increased resistance. So this one is an energy. It's a plasma booster for energy resistance. So I'm going to use that on Li Mei. And again, like with the herbs, make sure you're using them on the character you're actually... Like, make sure the character you're controlling on the map is the one you want to use these boosters on and the one you want to get the resistance for, because it's not going to go to everybody. When I use these boosters, because I'm controlling Li Mei on the map, she's the only one who's going to be getting those permanent boosts. And that's the thing, they are permanent. They're not, you know, for the next encounter or anything like that. It is permanent boost, and that's why it's worth definitely grinding the booster stages and the herb stages for those permanent boosts that really make a massive difference when you're trying to go through invasion. Just like with the herb stages, there are weaker boosters you can get from another stage. We don't care about those. They're called diluted boosters. This stage will give you full boosters, which gives you 5% elemental resistance each time. The diluted boosters only give you 1% elemental resistance each time, so it's really not worth it. And not only that, I think the stage to get the diluted boosters costs more crowns and is harder. Because I think it's like a brutal combat or something. So I think you have to end with a brutality. It's just a whole mess. You're much better off just doing this. Take 2 seconds to kill these robots. You get 5% bonuses each time. It's way better. So yeah, for that's basically it for the booster stages and the herb stages. And again, I know these require crowns to attempt, but I will be explaining, like I said, if you skip ahead, there's a chapter for grinding currency, XP, and for grinding crowns, where I will explain how to get those quickly and easily. So yeah, it's really not a big deal, and it'll make a big difference. So again, I think these are definitely the best ways to boost your characters. These are what you should be focusing on, the boosters and the herbs. Don't really worry about talismans, or to be fair, even relics. I mean, they are important, but this is the most important for making invasion mode and the Towers of Time easier. So yeah, what we're gonna do now, give me 1 second here. Yeah, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the final invasion boss now. I mentioned to you guys at the beginning of this video, hopefully most of you saw it, but what I mentioned was, as you're going through invasion, you're probably gonna get one of these, a translucency field item. And this item makes you immune to projectiles. Now, I got quite a few as I was going through invasion mode and you know, trying to finish up the maps. I got quite a few of those. So I'm sure you guys will at least get one. If you do, try not to use it beforehand, because this item will make the final invasion boss so much easier. And if you don't have one of these items, you can use Relic, because what this item does is it makes you immune to projectiles for one encounter. You can get the same bonus from like a relic. There's some relics that make you immune to projectiles, but sometimes they also make you weaker in other ways. These are just like a free immunity for one fight to projectiles with no downsides. The only problem is if you go to buy one or something like that, they cost a lot, and they're not sold in all shops. You need to either get lucky finding one at the Towers of Time shop, or you have to get it from the special consumable shop, which you can't access until after you've beaten the final invasion boss anyway. So that's why I'm saying, if you get one of these on your way to the final invasion boss of this invasion season, make sure to hold on to it, and I'll show you why. So we're going to go to the final invasion boss now. Luckily, we're already on the right map. So let me see here. Let me see. How do I get back downstairs? This way? No, wrong way, this way. There we go, okay. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go over to the final invasion boss, and she's over here on the 3rd floor. And I showed you guys this before because she also drops a special Melina skin and all that stuff. So okay, what I'm gonna do, just to make it fair, so you guys don't think I'm pulling any shenanigans, I'm gonna go ahead and take off my relic and my talisman. So really the only thing I'll probably have over you guys is my stats, which again, this isn't that far above what I think. If you've gone through invasion mode and taken your time and done everything, and used all your herbs and boosters on the same character like I mentioned before, you won't be too far off from this, honestly. So invasion level 30, all this good stuff. So what we're going to want to do is use this translucency field before we go into the fight. So use this, and the reason we want to do this is because Perfect Melina, she's not hard. It's because it's Melina, she kind of takes like a lot of damage just naturally. But she'll be doing this move at the beginning of every round, or every phase, I should say, where she's going to be spamming these sighs off screen. And even when they're blocked, they can do a pretty good chunk of damage. Anyone who doesn't have, you know, slightly better health or defense for actually, you know, because they were going through and making sure to do everything. Anyone who doesn't have those kind of like defense and health bonuses, they're probably going to be struggling a lot more. So it's good to use the translucency field because this will make you immune to projectiles. You can literally just stand there and avoid it. And then all you have to worry about is actually fighting Melina. So we're going to go ahead and jump into the fight, and I'll show you guys how that works. So she's going to disappear, and because we use the field, we can literally just stand here. It's not going to do any damage whatsoever. All of the side projectiles are just going to go right through us. So now you can just focus on the actual fight. Which is much easier because you're not losing half your health to the psi spam at the beginning of each phase. So she's going to do it again, and again we're just going to let it hit us. And then last phase, same exact thing. So you can see how the fight itself is really not a problem. The only reason this fight is difficult for some people is because they take so much extra damage from these projectiles that by the time Melina shows up, you're already, you know, you've lost a good chunk of your health. And you can see it obviously works for other projectiles that she's throwing too.
Injustice won't prevail.
Brutality. Li-Mei wins.
And there you go. So again, makes it so much easier. You really, all you need is one, because you know, you don't even have to redo this fight really for anything. So if you're just trying to get through invasion mode, using one of those translucency fields, or again, having a relic that makes you immune to projectiles, makes a huge difference. It makes the fight a million times easier. So yeah, that's my advice for the final invasion boss. You can also, if you do have like a talisman with healing, let's say you get a talisman, or you've created a talisman that has some healing, that would also work really well too, because then, you know, you can stand there and block or try to dodge the side projectiles, and then before Melina shows up for the actual fighting portion, you can heal yourself and get all your health back. So there's different ways around it, but this is really just the easiest way, I think, and probably the easiest way for you guys, because like I said, I'm pretty sure you're going to find one of those translucency field items somewhere along the line as you're going to this, you know, final boss fight. I know I did. I found some of those as I was going through invasion mode. I found more than one. So really, I bought one just so I could show you guys how it works, but I found some as I was actually going through the invasion maps. So that's basically my little strategy there for the final invasion boss. That's perfect Melina. And now that we've gone over that, we're almost done actually. Let me just go over the Towers of Time. Now the Towers of Time is a special map that we're gonna go check out real quick. And there's actually a lot going on here. This is pretty much where you're going to go once you've finished in the invasion maps. There's no really reason, once you've gotten all the chests and, you know, any cosmetics that there are to get in the invasion maps, there's no real reason to go back to them. Most of what you want to do after that is going to be in the Towers of Time. So the Towers of Time, as you can see, it's split up into several layers with a whole bunch of different towers. Sometimes there's a back layer which will have event towers. The back layer, for example, when a new character, like when we had new characters released, there would be towers in the back, special event towers in the back for those characters where you could try them out for free and get special combat cards, profile cards, things like that. During holidays, so Thanksgiving, Halloween, Christmas, there will also usually be event towers all the way in the back where you can get special rewards for finishing them. They're limited time towers, so there aren't any there right now. Like where I'm showing right now, this isn't the event tower. It's even behind that, on that hill that you see in the back. So there aren't any event towers there right now because there's no events going on. But that's where you'll find the event towers when you actually want to do those and get those rewards. The arcade tower, so this is the front layer. So the front layer consists of the arcade tower, the legacy tower, and the seasonal tower. I won't cover the seasonal tower just yet. That'll have its own section. I think last time I accidentally talked about it too much initially. I'm going to talk about this in a minute, so don't worry about the seasonal tower. The arcade tower is basically where you can go and do one of those, you know, classic towers that at the end will have a cinematic ending for whichever character you chose. The arcade tower does apply invasion level and stats. So if you're invasion level 30 and you've boosted your stats and stuff, you can actually come into the arcade tower and get fighter endings. So the ending cinematics for the characters pretty easily. It's really not that tough. So that's a cool little thing there. The Legacy Tower is a special tower where if you have missed any seasonal palettes, so skin palettes for characters from previous seasons, you can go into the Legacy Tower. It has a massive pool, basically, of palettes and whatever from past seasons. I think there's something like roughly 200 pallets in total. It took me a while. I had actually thought I'd gotten everything, but then I think they added a whole bunch of pallets to basically the pool during like the big update they did for the game like a while ago. And so I was doing the Legacy Tower over and over and over for like a couple of weeks just to get all the pallets. There's roughly 200 pallets in there. And it's just an easy way if you missed anything. Not everything is in here, so I think like exclusive skins like Kombat League skins and stuff like that, you're not gonna be able to get those from this. But anything again like palettes, so color swaps of like certain outfits, you can get those from this, and it costs 2,500 crowns each time to attempt. If you don't beat the tower, you lose those crowns and you don't get a reward. You also don't get to pick the palette that you get, so each time you do the tower, you'll get a random palette from the pool, assuming you don't have them all already. And is that going to be a Floyd Tower? Let's see. No, it's not. So you can basically just keep doing this tower if you have the crowns and keep getting pallets. And one thing I will warn you is that you can still do the tower even if you've already gotten all the pallets that it has. So make sure when you finish the tower, you'll see when you get the rewards at the end of the tower whether you got like a new palette or not. If you stop getting pallets, stop doing the tower, because there's no reason to spend 2,500 crowns to do this specific tower if you're not getting pallets anymore. You're basically just throwing crowns away. This tower, I think, is it says at the top right there, it's 5 fights. The arcade tower is 7 fights, and the seasonal tower is also 7 fights. So this is the front layer. The back tower is here. These are the hourly towers. So they're called hourly towers. I mean, it's because they all refresh an hour after their first refresh, but they all refresh at different times throughout the hour. So for example, like, you know, these will be, you know, not on the hour every single time, like not 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. It'll be like 4:30, 5:30, that kind of thing. So keep that in mind. It goes from easy to medium to hard. Each one, it increases in difficulty in tower level, which is obviously going to affect the rewards you get, the enemies that you fight, the modifiers, if there are any, during the towers. My suggestion, and I'll get into this after for grinding, is to, if you're going to be grinding, just do this one, and I'll get into that afterwards. But if you just want easier towers, you can do the green ones. These ones are a little bit harder, and then these ones are the hardest. And as you get into harder towers, there's more fights. These have 7 fights. This one has 5. This has 3. And you'll also notice that you'll be fighting more boss characters. So you'll be fighting more characters that have 2 rounds or 3 rounds where they have their boss attacks included. So these ones can take longer as well to finish. And they're higher level. They're past the character invasion level cap. So for example, this is 34, this is 35. Highest invasion level is 30. So they'll always naturally be stronger than you, but you can obviously even that out by grinding herbs and boosters and with relics and stuff like I showed you before. So that is how the hourly towers work. I am going to show you guys something really important for the Towers of Time map. And so if you press the start button on your controller, or whatever the start button equivalent is, you will bring up this pause menu that shows Towers of Time and some challenges, and then there's like a rank thing on the side with points and a time left. So let me explain this to you guys. Basically, there's 3 types of challenges you can do in the Towers of Time, and these challenges, the ones that they're showing on the screen here, so the weekly challenge, the hard challenge, and the easy challenge, and then the point system as well, all of this only applies to the Towers of Time. So for example, here it says like easy challenge, perform punishes, or hard challenge, connect back punches. You can't leave the Towers of Time and go into like another invasion map and do back punches, or go into, you know, a local versus game and do back punches, and then come here and you know, that will actually have you know, added to the challenge. It won't. You have to actually do all this stuff within the Towers of Time and the towers inside the Towers of Time. So you'll have to stay here and you have to pick a tower and do back punches, for example. That's the only way to make the counter go up. So it's split up into 3. There's easy, hard, and weekly challenge. The weekly challenge, you do it once and it does not refresh until the next week. You can see there's a timer there, 3 days and 18 hours left. The weekly challenge, in my opinion, is the most important because it'll give you 50 points, and I'll explain points in a second, but it'll give you 50 points and it will give you 75 dragon crystals. So every week you can come into the Towers of Time, do the weekly challenge. This week it was do 30,000 damage. Come in here, do the weekly challenge, and you can get 75 dragon crystals easily. And it adds up. I've gotten a lot of premium costumes where I haven't paid a dime, because I've just come in here every week, gotten my dragon crystals and saved them up, and then I've gotten some premium outfits from the shop with those dragon crystals. So if you don't want to spend money for premium stuff, again, you don't have to. You just have to be patient, and you can get dragon crystals every week from this. The hard challenges and the easy challenges. So the easy challenge swaps out every hour, even if you don't finish it, and the hard challenge swaps out every day, even if you don't finish it. So if you do finish it though, so for example, right now, for example, the easy challenge has 4 minutes left. If I were to go and do 5 punishes and then come back in under 4 minutes, it would switch to another challenge right away. Same thing with the hard challenge. It would, if I go and do 50 back punches and come back, it would complete the challenge. I would get my 7 points and it would replace it with another challenge. So the hard and easy challenges, you can just keep doing them over and over and over. The weekly challenge is just a one-time thing. You can see it says complete. That's it. There's no other weekly challenge now until next week. So it's a way to get points. It's a way to get like a really cool reward to go along with it. You can get some pretty nice relics from this, but you don't really get to see what they are. You can see the picture, but if you don't know what they actually are yet, you're better off just, again, getting relics other ways where you can actually see what you're getting. This is more of just like a random fun thing. Just I personally don't even worry about it. I usually finish these hard and easy challenges as I'm just doing other things in the Towers of Time. If I'm doing the seasonal tower, I might just get these naturally because I'm doing back punches anyway, that kind of thing. So those I wouldn't worry about too much unless you're really trying to grind like hardcore for points. Having said that, the points. So at the top right there, you can see current points. Underneath that, there's ranks, top 5%, top 10%, top 20, blah, blah, blah. And then there's time left right at the top there, top right. So how this works is that everything you do in the Towers of Time, so these challenges, even the towers themselves, so you can see the Arcade Tower gives 5 points, you can see at the top right. The Legacy Tower gives 10 points, Seasonal Tower gives 30 points. Obviously the harder towers give more points, so we have like 25 points, 20 points. As you go down, it gets less points. So as you're doing all this stuff, you're gaining points, and it'll increase your rank against everyone else. So basically it takes everyone's points and it pits everybody up against each other. So if you're in the top 5% for points, which means you know, it's like billionaires versus, people, millionaires, right? So let's say millionaires are top 10%, the billionaires are the top 5%. So the more points you have, the higher up in the percentage you'll be, the higher the rank you'll have. When that timer at the top right runs out, and it usually takes, it's like every 2 weeks, it'll run out. So you have 2 weeks to basically try to get to the top 5% and stay there. Just because you're in top 5% does not mean you're going to stay there with the amount of points you have. I have 292 right now. I'll probably, to stay in top 5% by the end of this, there's 10 days left, I'll probably need roughly 600 points, maybe even more. I know for the last Towers of Time rank thing, I needed something like 900 or 800 points to get top 5%, but because that was because it had a pretty cool reward. It had the Conan the Barbarian announcer voice, so everybody wanted that. So you needed more points to be in top 5%. But usually you can get away with having like 600, 700 points, but as the week goes on, as the days go by, if I'm not playing and I'm not getting points, obviously people are going to pass me in points, and I'm going to get knocked down from top 5% to top 10%, top 20%, that kind of thing. So when the timer runs out, if you're in top 5%, you will get all the rewards because you'll get top 5% and everything underneath. So that's the, the smoke palette we see there, the katana palette, Ermac palette, all that stuff. For each section you get knocked down, you will miss the reward that's on top of it. So if I get top 10%, I'll get top 10 and everything underneath, but I won't get the smoke palette. And so it goes that way. So you have to make sure, hop on every once in a while, make sure you're staying top 5% if you really want the top 5% reward. And best thing to do is just like the day before the timer runs out, hop on, give yourself some leeway. So don't just stop as soon as you hit top 5%, because you're probably going to get past, you're probably going to get knocked out of it then in that case, in the few hours it'll then take for the timer to run out. So I would suggest get to top 5 and then do a few more challenges, a few more towers, just to really kind of like solidify your spot before the timer runs out. Then you should be okay. So that's how that works for the Towers of Time challenges. There is also profile challenges. So if you press the touchpad, it's probably different on like Xbox and stuff. For PlayStation, you press the touchpad. It'll bring up this menu here, like this profile menu, where you can see like your mastery levels, you can see your career stats, quests, things like that. So the profile area has daily quests and weekly quests. The weekly quest will give you, if you can do 6 of the challenges, and I think you just have to do 6 out of 7. I think it gives you 7. So I usually skip the Combat League one and I do the rest of them. So you can do these challenges, and if you do it in time, you have a week, you will get whatever the skin or palette it's offering that week from the profile menu. So these are other challenges. These ones though, unlike the Towers of Time challenges, these can be done anywhere. So you can do these in the invasion maps, you can do these in local versus, whatever, it doesn't matter. I think you can do it in local versus, but you can definitely do it in the other invasion maps as well. So these can be done anywhere. It's not like the Towers of Time challenges, and again, it's just a little bonus thing. Again, there's also the daily challenges, and these ones here, these refresh when you beat them. So if I were to block 5 high attacks, it would be replace them with another challenge, which would give me more seasonal credits or something. So just something you'll naturally get kind of rewards from doing these. And I think that's about it for the profiles. One thing I do want to mention for the Towers of Time challenges, because this is all point based, and because all of these towers give you points, try to spread out the towers and like manage your time in a way where you're not wasting time for no reason. And what I mean by that is, let's say you need to do the seasonal tower because you're grinding for something. I don't have anything in the seasonal tower right now. I've gotten everything, but new players will probably be doing the seasonal tower, and I'll explain this after. We'll probably be doing the seasonal tower to get rewards and stuff. You don't want to, let's say you do like a whole bunch of seasonal towers in 1 week and you get something like 1,000 points. Okay, even if you're not done getting the rewards from the seasonal tower, I would say stop and wait until time runs out, because you're probably going to be in top 5%, right? Wait until time runs out, get your percent rewards for being in top 5%, and then go back when the rewards refresh and continue doing your seasonal tower stuff. The reason I say that, I say to do that is because if you go way beyond the points you need for top 5%, so if you go like, you get like 2,000 points, 3,000 points, which is crazy, but I'm just saying, let's say you get like a ton of points in 1 week and you finish all of your seasonal tower stuff in 1 week. I mean, fair enough, you've then solidified your spot in top 5% and you're done the seasonal tower. But what's going to happen in 2 weeks when this all refreshes and you need to be in the top 5% again? You're then going to have to go and do towers just for the points. For no other reason than just to get points again to get back to top 5%. It's much better to still have a reason other than the points to be doing these towers. So I would suggest do what you need until you have enough points to get yourself to top 5%, or like I said, a little bit past that so that you're actually locked in. Then stop, give yourself a break, go play something else or something, you know what I mean? Have fun online, whatever. And then once you've gotten your top 5% reward and this all recycles again or refreshes, when the timer runs out, then go back and finish up your seasonal tower stuff or your hourly tower grinding or whatever the heck, in order to then get yourself back to top 5%, but with like a reason, you know what I mean? The only thing I would say when not to do that is, to be fair, right now we can see at the top left we have a bonus XP weekend happening right now. What this means is that you're getting double XP for character mastery and cameo mastery. And if you want to obviously take advantage of that and do a ton of towers and get a ton of experience throughout the weekend, and you completely overshoot your points for top 5%, I mean, again, by all means, because this is a special event, you don't want to miss it. But what I'm saying is, if there's not any events going on and you really have no reason to keep going with the points other than just rewards that you'll probably be able to get, afterwards anyway, then take a break. Take a break, let the timer run out, get your top 5% rewards, and then come back and start again to kind of like make everything flow a bit better. You know what I mean? Like, I care about your time. I obviously want you guys not to have to be on the game 24/7 pulling your hair out trying to get all these rewards. So that's my advice on how to kind of streamline things. Having said that, I haven't spoken about the seasonal tower yet. I was gonna turn this into its own section. So the seasonal tower is basically a tower where it starts at level 30, and every time you beat it, it changes and gains a level. It gives you 30 points, 30 Towers of Time challenge points each time. The opponents and stuff like that per level are going to change. So level 34 is not going to be like level 35, and then you beat level 35, it gets bumped up to level 36. You're going to be seeing different modifiers, different enemies. Some will have bosses. Some of these towers will have test your might. Some won't. It's all going to be different. The one consistent thing is that it will continue to get harder. So modifiers are going to get stronger, opponents are going to get stronger. It's already level 35. I've done 5 towers already, so it's already level 35, which is 5 levels higher than max invasion level. So it's going to keep going, and it goes up to, I think it goes even past like 100. You can go way, way, way up with the seasonal tower levels. For people who have already done all the seasonal tower stuff previously, there's no reason to do the seasonal tower other than if you're just kind of grinding for points for the Towers of Time challenges, because you can see at the bottom where it says seasonal and then X to enter, if there were any rewards, important rewards, so cosmetic rewards from this tower, it would say something. It would say press L1 to see next reward, and then it would tell me, okay, so in the next 5 fights, or not 5 fights, but beat the tower 5 more times to get this reward. So I don't have that, which means there's no new rewards in the tower. Any veteran players who have finished the tower in previous seasons, like all previous seasons, are probably not going to have any seasonal tower rewards either. But new players, you're probably going to see that. You're probably going to have a reason to do the seasonal tower. So my advice is, again, grind the herbs, the full herb stages I mentioned before, the full booster stages. Those will give you permanent stat boosts. Take your time, grind those herbs, boost up your character's strength. Also, get the 0 to Death Relic or the Invincible Relic that I showed you before. So either this one here or the 0 to Death Relic. I mentioned these in the Relic section of the video. This one turns off damage scaling. So this, plus grinding for herbs, plus the Mileeshoo Talisman, especially if you upgrade it with more charges and maybe like a longer duration and that kind of thing. And on top of that, if you go to the potion shop and buy attack potions before doing the seasonal tower, so that it doubles your attack each time, because it'll double your attack for the whole tower, not just for one fight. So you buy 3 potions, 3 attack potions, come over here, do 3 tower runs where you use an attack potion for each one. You'll be making crowns back at the end of the tower. The towers will go by way faster, especially if you do all of this at the same time. So you're grinding herbs, using attack potions, using the 0 to Death Relic to turn off damage scaling or combo scaling. Use the Mileeshoo Talisman to add a little bit of, oomph, some extra damage during the fights. All of that together, you could plow through the seasonal tower. It will not be difficult. I'm telling you that right now. The only problem you might have is certain bosses. Like I know there's a Gearus boss where he summons like an hourglass, and if you don't break it in time, you automatically die. So stuff like that can be annoying. To be fair, in that case, my suggestion is to stand underneath it and just do uppercuts over and over as quickly as you can. You'll break the hourglass and you'll be fine. But in terms of actually like how to survive the seasonal tower, don't worry too much about creating your own talismans. Don't worry too much about trying to find the perfect relic. Find a strong relic, one that works well with your playstyle. For me, it's turning off combo scaling, combo damage scaling. And that plus attack potions, plus grinding for herbs. Try to get, what I would do is grind the full herb stages until your each stat is above 100, if you can, most of them anyway. And put all of your allocated stats that you get from invasion levels, put all of those into attack, so that attack is your highest stat. Because my attack right now is 277. This doubled by a attack potion is over 500 attack, plus I have the relic to disable combo damage scaling and the talisman to add a little bit of extra damage with each hit, thanks to Mileeshoo. It is insanely easy to just burn through the seasonal tower that way, and it's not like it took me super long to do this. Guys, I'm recording this video 2 days after this this season started, so I've already got all this stuff. I've shown you guys how to get it. It's not hard, it's not difficult. Take your time, get what you need, and then when you have to do the seasonal tower, if you're a new player and you see there's rewards there, this will make it a lot easier. And for new players, again, you will probably see you'll get a costume for each like 5 levels beaten or something like that. To know whether or not there's anything in the seasonal tower for you, just go, highlight it. there should be something at the bottom that says press L1 or the left bumper, whatever system you're playing on, to see the next reward, and then it'll tell you 5 more towers or 10 more towers or whatever for such and such reward. So you might have to go up to like seasonal tower like level 80 or something like that, level 90 maybe, to get all the rewards. But using the full herbs and everything else, it'll make it a lot easier. So that is my advice for the seasonal tower. One thing I will also mention really quickly is that the seasonal tower, for people who are trying to upgrade talismans, the seasonal tower, every time you beat it, will give you 1 dragon blood, which I explained before. You can use it to make sure that talismans don't break when you're upgrading them. So it'll give you a guaranteed dragon blood. I also think, and this is something they added last season, when you complete the seasonal tower, it'll also give you a character specific relic. And I can show you what they look like. So if I go down here, so I got this from the seasonal tower. The Reassuring Toy Dragon of the Elements. This is a Liu Kang specific relic, so only Liu Kang can equip this, and he needs to have at least 20 defense, and he needs to have at least 15 health. But look at what it does. It basically, damage taken decreased by 25%, recover all damage from most recent hit after 5 seconds, and elemental resistances increased by 50. This basically just completely boosts Liu Kang's defense, which is fantastic. You can get other relics. I've seen like some character specific relics that remove combo damage scaling, and also give them even more boosts than the 0 to death relic. So I can't tell you exactly like which relic you're going to get from which seasonal tower level. I'm sure someone online is probably keeping track, but the point is that as you're going through the seasonal tower, you will be getting these special relics, and you might get one for a character you use that ends up being actually really good. So it's just one of those things where I can't guarantee anything, but it's a little bonus. As you're going through the seasonal tower, you can get some pretty cool stuff. So yeah, that's basically it for the seasonal tower. And give me just a second. So we'll in just a minute, we'll talk about grinding XP and currency. Now, what you guys are going to want to do before anything else is make sure that you've gone through invasion mode, the invasion maps, and done as many fights, specifically fights, not like the survival stages or the optional stages like the mini games. Go through invasion mode and try to do as many fights as you can, fight stages, for the first time. Because the first time you do a fight stage, it will give you victory XP, and the victory XP from those stages is actually pretty substantial. It's a good reward. It adds up really quickly if you're going through the invasion maps and doing the stages and getting that victory XP for the first time doing the stage. Repeating the stages in the invasion maps will not give you the victory XP again. So you'll still get bonus XP. For example, if you get like a flawless victory, or if you finish the match with fatality or brutality, you'll still get bonus XP, but it's not a lot, and it's not really worth doing if you're trying to grind for XP and currency. So the victory XP is really what's worth it. So if you can go through the invasion maps, do as many fights for the first time as you can. Again, you can, if you want to, you can skip the optional stages, but they're still good because they do still give you boosters, elemental boosters. They give you the herbs that boost your stats. Some of them will drop keys for the treasure chest that I showed you guys earlier. So in my opinion, it's always best to just do as much as you can with the invasion maps before you just focus on grinding. But if you really are only focused on XP, and you know, as a, you know, on a lesser note, the currency, then doing the fights, the invasion map fights stages for the first time is definitely a good start. Once you've done that, what you can do is you can come to the Towers of Time, and in the back row here, like I showed you guys before, so these are the hourly towers. This one specifically. Now, the reason I am showing you guys this one specifically, this is the 3-fight hourly tower, the level 32 medium difficulty tower. This one in my opinion, and it's been this way for a while now, for several seasons, this tower, in my opinion, is the best way and fastest way to grind XP and currency. This is because this tower, it's above level 30, so you get a little bit extra victory XP every time you beat it. And it's only 3 fights, so it's still very quick, especially if there's a test your might thrown into one of the sections. That basically, you know, is a free skip for one of the fights. And if it has a test your might stage, you still get the same amount of victory XP at the end of it. So these are really good towers to do. You can do them quickly, so over and over and over. You can repeat them, so you'll get the victory XP every time you beat the tower, no matter whether it's refreshed or not, so you can just keep doing it. And again, the XP you get per the time spent sorry, is, in my opinion, the best ratio, because these towers here, these are the easier towers. This one has a 3-fight tower as well, but you'll be making less victory XP. And then as you go into the harder towers, so these ones here or the seasonal tower, because they're harder, and even the higher medium, because they're harder towers, they will give you more victory XP at the end. The problem is that they will take longer to beat. And it gets to a point, especially with a tower like the seasonal tower, where the time spent getting that extra victory XP and those, you know, those extra bonuses will not balance out, and you're actually losing time or XP over time than if you were to continue to do this slightly easier tower. So this tower, because, you know, again, it's a 3-fight medium, you might get a test your might. There might not even be any bosses in the tower. The modifiers are usually super simple and nothing you really have to worry about. And it's only level 32. So if you're level 30 and you've grinded for herbs and stuff, you're not going to have a problem with this tower at all. It's really no more difficult than the easy one on this side, and it gives you more XP. So what it'll do is you'll notice as you're going through the tower, the fights themselves will not give you a lot of XP. You'll notice you're probably only getting the bonus and the if you do like a flawless victory, you'll get the bonus XP. The victory XP, so the big like chunk of XP, will come at the end of the tower. So you'll do the 3 fights, and then after the 3rd fight, you'll see you'll get like a nice boost in experience. One of the reasons the Invincible Relic, if you're grinding XP and currency, is really good. And again, I'll show you the Invincible Relic here. So if you use the Invincible Relic and keep this on you in order to make flawless victories easier to get, and I mentioned how to get this earlier. There's a section in the video about relics and the Invincible Relic specifically, so you guys can check that out to figure out how to get this. The flawless victories that you get from equipping the Invincible Relic will give you bonus XP at the end of each fight and bonus currency. And if you finish the fight with a finisher, and what I would suggest is either do a brutality or don't do anything, because you're trying to do these quickly. You're trying to do these towers quickly to make, you know, over time you're getting a ton of XP and currency. So try to finish the fights with a brutality. If you can finish all 3 fights with a flawless victory with the help of the Invincible Relic and then a brutality, you'll walk away with a lot of XP and currency, or maybe not a ton of currency, but a pretty good chunk, and it adds up very quickly. So don't worry if it looks like you're not getting a lot. It adds up fast. But you'll be getting, you know, over time a lot, and especially for the time spent, you'll definitely be, it's the best use of your time for the rewards that you'll be getting. So that is basically my advice in terms of grinding the XP and the currency. And so basically the numbers, I'll just really quickly tell you. So if you beat this tower, you'll get 1,250 XP. That's the victory XP for your fighter and your cameo each, with each run of the tower. The tower, once you're, you know, invasion level 30, and if you've like used herbs to grind your stats and stuff, you'll probably be able to get through this tower within like 3 minutes, if even that. It'll be really quick. So let's say every 3 minutes or so you're getting 1,250 XP for your fighter and your cameo each, you know, every few minutes. If you're finishing every fight leading up to the end of the tower with a flawless victory and a brutality, your end XP at the end of the tower for your fighter and your cameo will be 1700 fighter XP and 1460 cameo XP per run. So that's every few minutes we're talking. Now, if there's a double XP event going on, which right now there is, you can see in the top left it says bonus XP 2 days. So there's a double XP event. We don't know when these are going to happen. These are random events NetherRealm Studios likes to do. We don't really get a warning beforehand. Just one day you'll, you know, usually on a Friday, you'll log in and it'll be like double XP weekend. So that means that all the XP you're getting from the stage XP to the victory XP, it's all doubled. The currency is not. There was one point where I saw currency was being doubled during one of these events, but it might have been a glitch. So currency is not doubled, but XP is. So these weekends are especially the best time to be grinding XP for your character mastery and your, you know, your cameo mastery. And this is why I say, you know, if you want to do this instead of spending, because they did add last patch, they added the ability to purchase mastery levels, character and cameo mastery levels with dragon crystals. Save your dragon crystals, use them on the premium outfits that you want to get, and just grind this way. It does not take that long, and especially, I mean, if you do it here, you'll also be getting points, because every tower will give you 10 points. You'll be getting points for this you know, this reward system here for the ranks and stuff. You can do your weekly challenge to get even more dragon crystals. It just works out really well, and it's not that difficult. So that's my advice for grinding XP and currency. There is going to be another way, because this will help in terms of seasonal credits and coins for the shrine. So if you want currency so you can purchase things from the shrine and the seasonal shop, this is a good way to do that. If you want crowns specifically, so the currency used to purchase things from like these shops and to do, you know, forging and all that stuff, like pretty much a lot of the stuff that's like based on like in the invasion maps, you're gonna need crowns. So crowns, the best way to get crowns, and I'll show you guys that in a second, there's a special stage you can do to get those. So we'll move on to that in just a minute. Just one last thing I want to mention. I know some people are going to ask, okay, well, if the seasonal tower gives me so much more victory XP, you know, or these towers give me so much more victory XP, why don't I do these instead? Like I said before, these eventually will take too long because of the amount of modifiers, because as they get harder, the enemies are going to take longer to kill. I mean, anyone who's gone up against a level 50 even Natara, you know, like a Natara or Raiko, they take forever to kill. You're going to be wasting so much time that the bonuses aren't going to balance out. The only exception to that, I'm just going to mention this right now, this is related to the bonus XP event, is if there's a bonus XP event going on and your seasonal tower is still like a lower level, and I mean, like, let's say like below 50-ish, if your character is strong enough to get through the seasonal tower at a pretty good pace, then I would suggest doing the seasonal tower to take advantage of the bonus XP event, or this tower here, the hardest hourly tower, to take advantage of the bonus XP event, because you will actually get a lot of experience for doing for finishing a seasonal tower during the bonus XP event. So as it starts to get harder and you start to take longer and longer to finish it, maybe you'll want to do like this tower instead, or, you know, like a slightly lower tower. But during double XP events, these towers are a little bit more viable because of the amount of experience you'll get at the end. But again, it's still just a multiplier. So in my opinion, still, if you just want to keep things easy and consistent, the medium hourly tower with 3 fights is still my suggestion. So I'm just throwing that out there. People might have different ideas or different preferences, and again, that's totally cool. This is my advice for grinding currency and most XP and most currency. So for crowns specifically, what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the Sundo Festival map. So now that we're in the Sundo map, we can, again, we can only access this after you've beaten the final invasion boss. This is more, again, end game stuff, end game grinding. So we're gonna go to, I guess the forge is the fastest way. So you need to have beaten the final invasion boss because you have to have access to her key item to break this barrier. So usually you would see the pink barrier here. Beat the final invasion boss on the last map, Perfect Melina, get her key item, come here, break this. You can then get through this barrier and then come up here. And so right here we have a test your might random. And I'm going to go ahead and open up the map here so you guys can see. So this is basically where the level is. So this is a test your might random. Now how this works, it's like any other test your might stage that you guys have done. Those mini games, you have to, you know, mash the buttons, make sure you hit the trigger within the right section. These ones are a little bit harder than the ones that you do, you know, anywhere else. They've obviously, you know, fine-tuned them to make them a little bit tougher. The bar moves faster. It's a bit harder to get the bar to go up. But let me just say, if you guys are going to test your might, the reason that this stage is beneficial to getting crowns specifically is because every time you beat this stage, you will get an item. It's a bits of item, so you'll have like bits of Natara, bits of Baraka, basically like whoever's head you smashed while you're doing this stage, you'll get bits of that character. So bits of whatever. You can then sell those bits of items. They're technically talisman components or catalysts. You can sell those items for 1,000 crowns each. Now, the stage itself costs 125 crowns to actually do. So if you do this stage, and you can do this stage really quickly. If you're good at test your might, you can do this stage very fast. So, you know, we're talking basically just spending 125 crowns each time and then selling those bits, and you basically walk away with 875 crowns each time. And if you can get through these really quickly and just rapid fire these test your might, you can make a lot of crowns really fast. So you don't have to worry even about doing any fights. Now, anybody who's struggling with doing the test your might stages, because I know some people are going to have trouble with that, which is totally understandable. What you can do instead, there's other ways to get crowns pretty quickly. So one way is if you repeat the final invasion boss, the Perfect Melina, on the in the Shang Tsung's laboratory map. So if you redo the final invasion boss, you will get 5,000 crowns every time you beat her. I wouldn't necessarily suggest doing that in this case because she can be really annoying with the way that she constantly disappears each phase and has to, you know, she throws her projectiles and you either have to wait that out or whatever. So I would say that it takes a little bit longer, so it's a little bit more annoying. It is better at least than last season because I think last season they nerfed that. I think the final invasion boss was only giving 1,000 crowns each time. So I checked it, and this one is giving 5,000 crowns. So I'm just throwing that out there for an easier 5,000 crowns, like in one go. You can redo the final invasion boss. You will get 5,000 crowns. Sometimes it will glitch out, and you won't get any crowns. From what I understand, that looks like it's from a glitch where if you're awarded items at the same time as everything else when you finish the fight, you won't get the crowns for some reason, but it's not because it's not giving them to you anymore. It's just a glitch. So if you redo the fight, you should get more crowns. And I have tested that, so I can confirm that that actually works. The same thing for Titan battles. Titan battles, when they're around, and I'll get into Titan battles in just a minute. Titan battles, when they're around, Titan battles also will give you 5,000 crowns each time. Unless it's changed. I can't test that right now because there aren't any Titan battles out right now. If it's changed, then obviously I apologize for misinforming. But in previous seasons, Titan battles would award 5,000 crowns each time. So that's something to keep in mind as well. And again, they have the same glitch. Sometimes you won't get the crowns. It's usually related to when you get an item at the same time, like a component or something awarded at the same time. Maybe you won't get the crowns. Again, it doesn't mean it's not giving them to you anymore. It just means you probably have to redo it. You'll get the crowns then. The other way, there's one last way to kind of like grind for crowns, which is going to be probably the easiest way for a lot of people because it doesn't require you having to do the final invasion boss or this, you know, special test your might. Basically any mini boss. So let's actually go really quickly. Let's go to Rampart and I'll show you guys. So let me go down. We'll take the Forge teleport, then we'll go down here. So now any mini boss in the game, to be fair, probably like any boss really, but I mean the mini bosses are easier. Any mini boss will give you 500 crowns every time you beat them. Now, it doesn't matter what level they are. It could be level 1, level 50, it doesn't matter. So if you go to Rampart, the very first map, and do one of the first mini bosses, which is General Shao, he's level 4. I'll be able to kill him in just a couple hits. Let me just see if I've got everything set up here. And you guys will see, I should get 500 crowns at the end of this fight. Hopefully it doesn't glitch out or anything.
Brutality. Li Mei wins.
So you can see there, if you took a look at the crowns during the rewards there, I got 500 crowns. So this fight took less than a minute. Very quick fight. So this is an easier way for those of you who don't want to stress about that test your might stage and don't want to do the final invasion boss over and over. You can do these mini bosses, the really easy ones from the very first map, the Rampart map, and you can beat them really quickly. You'll get 500 crowns each time. So that's another way to do that. You can also there's a hybrid Melina mini boss on this map as well. I think it's actually right over here. Let me see. Yeah, hybrid Melina. She's level 5, but she's gonna be even easier to kill than General Shao for a lot of people. So I mean, you could do her. Point is, there's a lot of options there for you guys if you want to grind crowns specifically, which I know you guys. I mean, a lot of stuff uses crowns, and I'll actually just use my herbs on here. A lot of stuff in this game, especially the invasion maps, use crowns. So a lot of the shops and things like that, the legacy tower. So I know you guys are going to want crowns, and this is the fastest way to do that. You have a few options, so whichever one suits your needs. So yeah, that's basically it for that. Let's go back to the Towers of Time real quick. So I'm going to quickly just talk about the 5 million point trophy. I know a lot of people are trying to get the platinum trophy, and there's a couple trophies that some people I know have difficulty with. One of them is the 5 million point trophy. The easiest way to get the 5 million point trophy, and I tested this, it's worked the past few seasons and it works now, is do this tower here, the third hourly tower, the 3-fight medium hourly tower. And for every single fight, you don't have to worry about getting flawless victories or anything like that, but for every fight, end it with an animality. If you do that, you should walk away from the tower with roughly 10 million points. Something around that. So you don't have to worry really about the 5 million point trophy. It's super easy. Go into this tower, finish every stage with an animality. You should be done. That should be it. So for the 5 million point trophy, there you go. The other one is the secret fight trophy, which is related to secret fights. I mentioned before that you can purchase a challenger medallion. So if you go to the Living Forest, and this is after you've beaten the final invasion boss, because you need to be able to break the barrier and access this shop. So here's the barrier, here's where it would be. Beat the final invasion boss on the last map, get her key item. You'll see a pink barrier here. Use the key item to break the barrier. Go up here. This shop here is the special consumable shop. I talked about this earlier. you can buy a Challenger Medallion. And the Challenger Medallion, it's good because it'll force a secret fight out of a stage if the stage has one. Not all stages have a secret fight, but the good thing about it is that if you buy one and you use it, and you do a stage and it doesn't have a secret fight, you will not waste the medallion. It won't be used up. It'll only be used up if you either get a secret fight or if you lose the stage. So you can go back, it doesn't really matter what stage it is, as long as it's got a secret fight. So you can go back to even the earlier, you know, Rampart stages, and just go, like, activate the Challenger Medallion, and then just make your way through the map and do, like, easy level 5, level 6 stages, until one of them has a secret fight at the end. That should give you the trophy. So for the secret fight trophy, that's a really easy way to do it. And I think the only thing left is Titan battles. So let's go back to the map here. Okay, so Titan battles, this will be the last thing. So Titan battles, they show up randomly throughout the season. They show up usually at least 2 or 3 times throughout the season. We don't know when exactly, but I've seen usually within 2 weeks of the start of the season, we get one. Usually near the end of the season, we get another one. We'll get another one sometime in the middle. So Titan battles, what they are, on this map right now, I can't access Titan battles because they're not here, but what you will see when there's Titan battles available is in the bottom left, right under Shang Tsung's laboratory here, there will be a new map. It'll be the pyramid map. You can access it usually for about 3 or 4 days at a time. So I'll get into that in a second. But you access that map, and what it'll be a very small map with a couple stages and a forge. And the stages will be the previous season's Titan battle and the current season's Titan battle. So even if you miss this season's Titan battle, you can do it next season as like the previous Titan battle next season. But if you miss it then, you're actually going to have to wait for it to come all the way back around. So keep that in mind. Because the Titan battles are only available for like 3 or 4 days, it's like an odd number of days. My suggestion is if you're looking for Titan battles, log into the game and check this map. Let's say Wednesdays and Saturdays, and you want to make sure that there's no Titan battles. That'll give you enough like wiggle room there where you should never miss one once there's one active. So that's my advice for not missing any. The reason Titan battles are good is because, first of all, like I said, they award 5,000 crowns, or they should, unless it's changed, but they usually award 5,000 crowns each time you beat them. Each time you do a Titan battle, you'll get the Titan's skin and a palette for that skin. And if you repeat the battle, you'll keep getting new palettes for that skin. Once you've gotten all the palettes, so keep fighting them regularly until you stop getting palettes, then you can get a special silver palette. You have to have all the other palettes first, and then do the fight again, but this time, finish the fight with a fatality. But what's really important is do not use the same character as the opponent. So if it's Titan Quan Chi, let's say, don't use Quan Chi and do the fatality. You will not get the silver palette unless they fixed it. It was kind of glitchy before, where if you were using the same character and you did a fatality, you wouldn't get the silver palette. So make sure you're using a different character than whoever the Titan is. Finish the fight with a fatality, you'll get the silver palette. Then once you've gotten the silver palette, so now you've gotten all the other palettes and the silver palette, you can get the gold palette by doing a mirror match. So funny enough, the exact opposite of what I just said. You have to use the same fighter and the same cameo that the Titan is using. Finish the fight, and just to be safe, just so it doesn't glitch out the same way the other one does, don't use a fatality. Because that'll allow you to basically get through the fight and make sure you get the reward. So that is how you get all those special palettes for Titan battles. And again, they're good because you get those crowns as well. Usually some of these Titan battles are really goofy. Some pretty crazy stuff happens. I'm sure you guys have seen giant Kung Lao and stuff like that. So there's a lot of cool stuff there. So I think I've covered everything with Titan battles. If you guys have any questions, again, you can let me know in the comments. And actually, one last thing I will say is I've gotten some questions previously from players asking if you need to have finished the entirety of Invasion mode to access Titan battles. The answer is no. You can jump into Titan battles whenever you see them, whenever they're available. The only thing I will say is if you're not at least level 30, and you know you haven't grinded your character's stats, or if you don't have any really useful relics or talismans to kind of help you, you will probably have a tough time against the Titans. So it's best to make sure you're well prepared. Do your best to reach level invasion level 30. If you are really struggling with the Titans, you can also buy potions from the potion shop. That should help you as well. If you can get a relic that can you know, stop damage scaling, combo damage scaling, or even something, you know, like the Invincible Relic could probably help you out a lot if you combine it with like a healing talisman. Those can be really useful against the Titans. So just make sure that you're well prepared. There really is no prerequisites to doing the Titan battles, but you do want to make sure that you're well prepared so that you don't have too difficult a time. And yeah, I think that's about it. So thank you guys so much for hanging out, for sitting and watching the video, even if you just skip through certain chapters. I mean, thank you so much for taking the time to check this video out. Just to let you guys know, there are certain things that could change from this video if they do release an update or anything like that. I'll do my best to keep you guys up to date on stuff like that. If there's any changes that I can see, or any new tricks I find or anything like that, I will leave a pinned comment on the video where I'll be updating with information and stuff, so you guys can check that out. For Ornate Keys, Cage Coins, and Map Key Item locations, those are all in the video description. I wrote them all down there. Map Key Items are the key items that you use to access the bosses, the final bosses of each map, invasion map. So I've put down the stages in the video description that have all those items. So I didn't show them in the video because it would have taken a little bit too long, but you guys can check out the video description. All that information is there. And that's about it. Again, thank you guys so much for your support. I really, really appreciate it. If you do want to go a little bit extra to help the channel, you can click the like button. If you like the content you're seeing on the channel, you can subscribe, and you know, sharing the videos also is huge for me. If you'd like to share it with anyone, any friends or anything who are playing the game who think they might get some use out of it, that would be amazing. But either way, just thank you guys so much for hanging out and watching the video and being so supportive. It means a lot. And yeah, that's about it from you guys. So I will see you next time, next season. And until then, I hope you all have a great experience with this season. I hope you all enjoy the new rewards and things like that. Best of luck with the grinds, and yeah, I will see you guys next time. All right, take care.